Hey guys, welcome to day one of the Karen Reed trial. Can you guys hear me okay? Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Stephanie, good to see you there. Lynn Cartier, good to see you as well. Is the sound all right? Okay, so that's Karen Reed in picture. She was 44 years old at the time that this happened, so I think she's about 46 at the moment. And so today we're going to hear opening statements. They've been limited to 45 minutes apiece. And so let's see who does a better job, right? Karen's already been criticized a little for apparently being flippant in court, winking at cameras, eating in the courtroom. And one wonders whether that's going to change, whether she's going to sort of take on a more serious, what's the word, appearance, or whether it suits her defense to basically undermine the court proceedings to sort of kind of make a joke of them. One thing that is a bit of a mystery here is Karen kind of a hothead? Is she someone who might lose her temper? Is she someone who, if you cross her, can get really angry? You know, is she hot tempered? Or is she kind of an easygoing person that is just very unlucky in the situation? That's something that I feel isn't really dealt with very much in the analysis I've seen. It's all about how corrupt the police are. No one really seems to talk about Karen Reed as a person. Um, what would it like? What would it be like to? Yeah, what would it be like to be in a relationship with Karen? What was it like being in a relationship with Karen? Are we going to hear from ex-boyfriends? Anyway, her parents are in court. They've kind of been defending her. I wonder when we're going to get some audio. Stephanie, it's really good to see you here. Why are we looking at a fan? I don't understand. Oh, maybe it's because the jurors are filing, and I wonder if that's what it might be. I'm trying to think of another defendant that also kind of had a chin up like that. Chad Daybell, he does that quite a lot as well. Stephanie, did I get your text? No. Um, I'm using my phone to stream, so I can't really look. M Win, good to see you. I wonder where Chelsea is while we're looking at a fan spinning around. Speaking of spinning, News Nation seems to be very interested in UFOs these days. Quite strange. Anyway, I'm kind of reporting from Myrtle Beach, and someone seemed to think that I thought the case is happening in Myrtle Beach. No, obviously not. I'm just in Myrtle Beach. It's nice and warm here. It's certainly a change from much colder weather in New York. I really don't know why we're looking at a fan. So today I went for a walk on the beach. I've just come back from a swim in the aquatic center. And I must say, I haven't had breakfast. I'm definitely a little hungry. I might jump off to make a cup of coffee, maybe eat an orange or something. OCD, interesting name. Good to see you here. Pauline Buckles always got something nice to say. Um, yeah. Wow, heading to Myrtle Beach on Wednesday. Okay. Sharon says, I'm clueless on this case. Well, did you watch my previous video, Sharon? It basically gives you a pretty quick summary, a 10-minute summary. D. Patterson, good morning from the other end of the Carolinas. Well, I'm actually going to go to the other end of the Carolinas at the end of this week, so should be interesting. I wonder what we are waiting for. Someone at the aquatic center said to me, are you from Canada? Do I sound like I've got a Canadian accent? I wonder if I shouldn't put the lights on just for a little bit better sound. Lights. Okay. Did I miss anything? Lynn Cartier, thank you so much. From Canada. The camera seemed to bump now. I wonder if that's a sign we're going to get going. What do you guys think? So if I was the prosecution, I would focus the jury's attention on, for example, the DNA evidence, the fact that they found DNA on the headlight or the tail light. And I know they were going to test her hair. I don't know what the outcome of that was, but if they have that as well. And then perhaps some of the voicemails left, and then some of the comments that Karen Reid made. If I was the defense, I would focus on, I guess, the police narrative and Karen's motive. What on earth could Karen's motive be? Did Karen really want John O'Keefe dead? And I think the answer is no. Certainly not if she was sober. Looks like things are starting.
Okay, good morning, jurors.
Sorry, jurors, could you stand one more time and raise your right hands?
Oops, we almost saw a juror there.
Each of you solemnly swear you shall well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to your evidence and according to the law. So help you God. You can have a seat.
You see, it's a much smaller courtroom.
2282 CR 117001. Karen Reid of Mansfield in the county of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk. Did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder the said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the second degree and not in the first degree, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. 002, Karen Reid of Mansfield, County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022, at Canton in the County of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way as defined in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 1, or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensed.
Does it sound okay?
With a percentage by weight of alcohol in the blood of 8/100ths or greater, or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, and did so operate said motor vehicles that the lives and safety of the public might be endangered, and by such wanton and reckless conduct so described, did cause the death of another person, to wit, John O'Keefe, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 13.5. 003, Karen Reid of Mansfield in the county of Bristol, on or about
Good to see you, Eric.
2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, and without stopping and making known her name, residence, and registration number of her motor vehicle, to go away to avoid prosecution or evade apprehension after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury to John O'Keefe. Such injuries having resulted in the death of said person in violation of General Law, Chapter 90, Section 24(2)(a)(2). To these indictments, the defendant has pled that she is not guilty and for trial to put herself upon the country, which country you are, you are sworn to try the issue. If she is guilty, you are to say so. If she is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Jurors hearken to the evidence.
Thank you very much. Will counsel identify yourselves, please, starting with the Commonwealth?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is David Unetti. I represent County Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, good morning, jurors. Before we begin, I have to ask you 3 questions that I'm going to ask you every single time we meet. The first question is, were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we last reported? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. All right, jurors, I'm about to make some preliminary remarks to you to acquaint you with some of the legal principles, procedure, and terminology that you'll hear about during the course of the trial. But these comments are not intended to be a substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the conclusion of the case. This is the trial of a criminal case, as you've heard, and you've heard that the defendant is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe in detail at the end of the case each of these indictments when I teach you the law, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, manslaughter while operating under the influence is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct while under the influence of intoxicating.
It's intentional versus unintentional killing.
Terms and elements of the crimes, including the additional crime of leaving the scene of an accident after causing personal injury or death, will be described for you in detail at the end of the case. Please remember that the defendant starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. So it's merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime to bring her to trial in the Superior Court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence alone requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, The evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin.
Now, just to jump in here for a moment, if you think about the legal question here, is it intentional or unintentional? The fact that Karen has 3 lawyers representing her shows you that she's got quite a big argument to make, if you think about it. And if you think about it on paper, it's basically she was driving in a vehicle. Did she strike someone intentionally or not? And the fact that you've got 3 lawyers arguing this case is in itself quite interesting, isn't it?
Rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you
Scout mind state.
deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group.
It could be manslaughter.
Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups?
So, Stephanie, I don't actually know whether they're offering manslaughter as a option, but if they're not, they should.
All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law without sympathy.
She's just glanced towards the
To
camera.
the best of your ability as human beings.
Must that's a good camera angle,
Now,
right?
when I
Compared
finish with
to
these initial
Jade Bell.
instructions, Mr. Lally will make his opening statement. Ms. Giannetti can choose to make an opening statement or not, because the defendant has no burden of proof and doesn't have to prove anything. Her lawyer doesn't even need to make an opening statement. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence at trial will be. It is intended to introduce the main issues in the case. Next, the prosecution will introduce evidence in support of the charges in the indictments. After that, the defendant
Charges.
may present evidence on her behalf if she wishes to do so, but again, she is not obligated to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. The law does not require any defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence at all. After all the evidence, each side will have an opportunity to offer you closing arguments about what conclusions you might draw from the evidence. Like the opening statements, the closing arguments are not evidence. They're merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally, after all the evidence and the lawyer's arguments, I will instruct you in detail on the principles of law which you're to apply in your deliberations when you retire to consider your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. You see that we have many of you. We have 17 of you, and only 12 will ultimately decide this case. And that's done at the end of
I
the
do
case.
think that's going to be
We have had
tough.
so many
A
jurors,
unanimous
it's going to
verdict.
take a long time in case something comes up and a juror can't complete his or her service. Let me talk briefly about our respective roles in this case. As the judge, my responsibility is to see to it that this case is tried in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. It's also my function to decide any questions of law that come up during the trial and
Thanks,
to instruct
Janine.
you
Thank
about the
you.
law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree with it or not. The jury's function. You folks are the most important people in this courtroom. You determine the facts of this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you
The
believe.
prosecutor over there.
You can believe all of what a witness says, some of it, or none of it. It's entirely up to you.
On the far right.
It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in the testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, you must determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. They are, of course, advocates. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side that may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences over here out of your hearing. They're not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I can rule on what you may consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question during trial, I will use the term sustained. You are then to disregard that question, and you're not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you are to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection, I will allow the witness to answer the question, and you may consider that answer. But you're not to give that answer any more weight than you would have had no objection been made. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there's a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence of law under our laws. You must decide this case solely in the evidence presented in the courtroom, and this will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts which I tell you may have been agreed upon by both sides, and any facts which I indicate to you that you may take as a matter of common knowledge. Question to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers that you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. If one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. In this case, I'll allow you folks to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because again, those aren't evidence, we'll hand out notebooks after the opening.
Now, it's quite
statement, so
interesting.
you
They
can take
can't
notes.
take notes during
They'll be
opening
provided to you
statements.
daily. Your notebooks will be collected every day. They'll be kept locked up and confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. You're not required to take notes. The choice is completely up to you.
Do you think it's
Some
better
jurors
for a
may feel
jury
that
to
that's
take notes or
helpful,
not?
particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you to remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events,
packed
statistics,
courtroom,
things of
right?
that nature. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with a transcript of the testimony at the conclusion or any time during the trial. So you will have to rely on your own memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes, remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what he.
Now, what's interesting with this idea that opening statements aren't evidence, you can make some comments and introduce some comments that might stick in a juror's mind that aren't necessarily true, but are sort of certainly part of the fabric of your case.
To a public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law because it is so very important. Remember, John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed.
Very
We
important.
know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. This jury will decide. This jury selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. You will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, this jury, you folks, will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So, while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that in this courtroom, the rule of law will be upheld. This means that during the trial, until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes family and friends, and even your fellow jurors. Nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any aspect of this case.
What an irony is that they may not discuss the case with everyone, and we are all here to discuss the case sort of ad infinitum. Like we are here to chat and think and talk and discuss the case. The people that are at ground zero of this case may not do that.
Of this court. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We will go on a view and I will discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not, read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news, media, or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction, as hard as it's going to be. Finally, please continue to keep an open mouth. Now, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you have taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach.
You know, what's so refreshing about this coverage is that you can see the expressions on Karen Reed's face. You can see every blink. You can see kind of the micro expressions compared to the Chad Dabell case where he's like this, is about the size that I am in your video. Refreshing to have some quality trial footage for a change, isn't it? Here we go.
Ask only that you keep your voice up, please.
Prosecutor, opening statements.
As Ron was telling you, this is one of these courts. First of which right now.
No, can't hear.
Number of next year. Those waters.
That's better.
Who these people are. And what relation they have to the states. We start with Johnny. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister Kristen Turbridge. Kristen was married to John's brother-in-law, who was a man named Stephen. They had two children who were very young in 2013. Now in 2013, Kristen, unfortunately, tragically, passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2000. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen Forbush and kids and assist as far as raising. And then when Stephen passed away a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized, John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children. Now, he was assisted in this by a great number of people within the town of Canton, where the corporations lived, and where John lived home with the two children. There were other parents within the neighborhood, other parents within the children's age group. And we hear from a number of them over the course of this trial, but they included Mrs. Terry Roberts and Mrs. Jennifer McKay. They helped Mr. O'Keefe out during those initial stages and during the time of assuming this. He also got help from Mr. John O'Keefe was a proud member of the Boston Police Department, he had been a patrolman prior to moving in with the children and assuming this role. Boston Police Department helped him greatly as far as conditioning him to more of a desk role, working sex offender unit with more regular hours to sort of assimilate themselves to this new life, this new role with his children. Initially, John O'Keefe lived in the house with the kids. However, in 2018, they moved to a new home, so a new home that they didn't have at their own. That home is located also within the town of Canton, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton at One Meadows. John O'Keefe raised these children, assuming guardianship for them for about 8 years. His niece was the elder of the two, was about 14 at the time John O'Keefe died. His nephew was about 11 years old at the time John O'Keefe died. January 28th, 2022. A relatively typical day, Friday going into the Saturday of January 29th. Sort of typical in the sense of most sort of suburban parents. There were a lot of activities, and sports, practices, games, things of that nature that the O'Keefe and Forbush family had forward. One little difference when it came to that particular day of January 28th and the 29th is the weather. So there had been predicted, and there was going to be a snowstorm, and significant blizzard essentially was coming in overnight that Friday and Saturday, lasting for most of the day on Saturday the 29th. And as a result, most of those sort of typical, weekend routine activities that would keep most people, including those within the town, busy, have been canceled ahead of time. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody knew essentially you weren't going to leave your house all that much the following day. Now, also on January 20th, Mr. O'Keefe had received some news in respect to his niece. So his niece and her best friend were in 8th grade at the time, going to high school, all of 2020. They both applied to a private school called Michigan, and they both found out on the 28th that they had been accepted as well. So the friend, as well as her father, a gentleman by the name of Michael Camerano, who's he and his wife, Catherine Camerano, were friendly with John O'Keefe. They had children around the same ages as both John's niece and his nephew. And they had come over to their house in Meadows Ave that evening to celebrate the girls getting into this. The nephew of John, 11-year-old, was sleeping over a friend's house that night. He left that home sometime around 7 p.m. or so. They left it and he went to sleep over at his friend's house. John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano then decided to travel out to a local establishment on Washington Street called CF Bar and Restaurant. You're going to hear testimony and you're going to see surveillance video and you're going to see receipts and all kinds of things from a variety of different establishments, all sort of located within Canton Center along that strip of Washington. Now, they get Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano leave the girls at home. They then go to CF McCarthy, who's arriving there sometime between 7:30 p.m. They eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar joining as well. And there's some other people that are located within the bar, including Mr. Graham Sullivan, who we hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well. Eventually, the defendant Karen Reed joins him at this establishment in apartments, sometime just before 9 p.m. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had met sometime in 2004. They had dated briefly during that time and reconnected sometime around March of 2020, around the time the 19 sort of pandemic shut down. They had started dating around that time period, so reconnected during that time period. And the defendant had stayed at the house and came several nights a week. She had helped out. So in the month or so leading up to Mr. O'Keefe's death, the relationship stopped. You will see text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to that effect. We'll hear testimony from the children, from John's niece and nephew, regard to things they observed within that relationship. And you'll hear testimony from some other individuals as far as their observations or things they. Turning to January 29th, 2022. Just after 6 a.m., the Canton Police Department received a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party, subsequently identified as John O'Keefe, found in his cell outside residence at 34 Fairview Road. At the time, as I mentioned, blizzards that had been predicted was occurring, heavy snow, temperatures in the teens, wind bustling around. Officer Stephen Sarah and Officer Stephen Delaney of the Canton Police were dispatched along with Canton Fire and EMS, and you'll hear them in regard to their response and what they observed on scene. In particular, with Officer Sarah, who have as an exhibit or anticipates a cruiser camera video from his cruiser detailing memorializing for his response in the darkness, in the blizzard type conditions as he's driving to the police station where he was located in the receiver call to 34 Fairview. When they arrived, they observed three individuals, three females, sort of off to the left side of the property. When I say the left side of the property, I mean standing out in the street, facing 34 Fairview Road, off to the left side of the property. There's a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant, there's some bushes. That is where Mr. O'Keefe. Right side of the property is sort of the driveway and mailbox. Other things that you'll become familiar with, photographic evidence and other means, of course, trial. The three females that the officer observed there were then identified as defendant Karen Reed. This is Jennifer McCabe, who received a phone call earlier in the morning from the defendant, as well as Mrs. Terry Roberts, who had also received a phone call early that morning from the defendant. The several firefighters from the Canton Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his arms. Other injuries that he observed, they observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time. You'll hear the testimony from the firefighter Nuttall and Samadi, Kelly, Francis Walsh, Jim McLaughlin, and Greg Woodward. At least from three of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them. They had asked about the origination of some of those injuries. And stated repeatedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Mr. O'Keefe then taken from the front lawn onto what they call a scoop stretcher. As he's doing that, I anticipate you'll hear Ms. Roberts' testimony that despite the 6 inches of snow approximately that was on top of Mr. O'Keefe's body and the snow throughout the roadway, front yard, everywhere around where he was, there was grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe, where his cell phone was located underneath his body as he lay on it. He's then transported by firefighters Kelly, Yamadi, and Nuttall, as well as the ambulance being driven by firefighter Boston to the Good Samaritan Medical. Once there are some observations, and you'll hear testimony from Dr. Justin Rice of that facility as far as observations consistent with what I anticipate we hear from firefighters. But then there is a certain warming procedure that they go through trying to bring his body temperature up. Because when Mr. O'Keefe arrives at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, his body temperature is 8. And after those resuscitative efforts prove unsuccessful, Mr. O'Keefe is eventually pronounced by Dr. Rice at approximately 7:50. Shortly after that, when the defendant is then being driven away from the scene by Ms. Roberts, who is now going to go pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents in Braintree, and bring them to the Good Samaritan Medical Center in Brock, the defendant makes some statements of self-harm. As a result of that, she's then transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center as well by two firefighters named Daniel Whitley and Jason Becker. And amongst the statements that they gained from the defendant as they're having a conversation with her in regard to that, in regard to a treatment and diagnosis, she indicates the last that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument before he had gotten out of the car in front of their vehicle. Now, you'll also hear testimony from some of the other first responding officers from the Canton Police Department, including Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Sergeant Sean Good, and Sergeant Michael Lynn, with regard to their initial response, their observations, people that they spoke to, where they went, and their ability to recover within the blizzard conditions that are still ongoing. Certain pieces of evidence that they located in around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. You'll also hear from Lieutenant Charles Ray from the Canton Police Department, who was tasked with, at this point in time, the Canton Police were unaware that the nephew was over at sleepover. They weren't aware that Mr. Camarano had come over to resident on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece, bringing her back to his house as she was left unattended when the defendant left to go looking for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go to a well-being check at approximately 8:22. And they also have proof of camera video attached to their cruiser. You'll see that. And when they pull into the driveway, approximately 8:22 in the morning, they pull in directly behind where eventually you'll hear Mr. Cade left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from the courthouse, Meadows Ave, searching Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear tail light. Now, you'll also hear testimony, as I mentioned, from the Camaranos, Mr. Roberts, from Mr. Sullivan. Also, they were all present with the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe at CF McCarthy's. You'll hear testimony from a number of other individuals who were at the waterfall. The waterfall is a bar located across the street, essentially from CF McCarthy's on Washington Street, Canton Center, and somewhere that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went after leaving CF McCarthy's at approximately 11 p.m. Now, from that establishment, you'll hear from Rebecca Traers, who was working as a bartender at the waterfall that evening. You'll hear from a couple named Nicholas and Karina Titus, who were friends of friends, who had known Mr. O'Keefe through their daughter around the same age as Mr. O'Keefe's. Mrs. Kolakaitis had some conversation with the defendant that evening, both herself and Mrs. Gabe at the waterfall. She left around the same time as they did. She parked on Washington Street around the same area as Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Reed did, specifically in Mr. Reed's car. And she observed Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant walking toward the defendant's vehicle, and specifically the defendant walking towards the driver's side. Now, you'll hear testimony from a Christopher and Julie Albert, who were people who were at one point neighbors of Mr. O'Keefe, from being neighbors of him. Christopher Albert owned a pizza shop, also located within that Canton Center area. Mr. O'Keefe, earlier in the day of the 28th, had been into that pizza shop with his nephew to get a slice. Christopher Albert and Mr. O'Keefe had some conversation regarding what they were doing that night. And it's Christopher Albert who actually texts Mr. O'Keefe and indicates that they're over at the waterfall and that he should come over shortly before Mr. O'Keefe, the defendant, make their way to see if McCarthy's over. Now, Christopher Albert left directly from the waterfall and went home. It was like walking distance away from. His wife, Julie Albert, had left earlier in the evening. There was a band playing at the waterfall that night. Julie Albert started to get a migraine and she left before most of the group. Included within that group and sort of how they came to the waterfall, the Albert family in particular. Julie Albert went there along with her sister-in-law, Cole Albert, as well as her niece, Caitlin Albert, her niece's boyfriend, Mr. Morris, and they had had dinner at the waterfall earlier in that year. Now, Nicole Albert lives at 34th Street. She has a husband named Brian, who's also a Boston police. Brian Albert had gone with a friend of his, also in law enforcement, a man named Brian Higgins. They had gone separately, but had come home together from a funeral for a fallen police officer in New York City. Came home early to sort of beat the weather, and eventually they meet up with Brian Albert's family for water. Now, Tristan Morris, who was Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, had left the waterfall at some point in the evening. He then returns later to the residence on Fairview Road and picks up Caitlin Albert. All of this is in relation to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was coming up the following day, the day of the snowstorm on the 29th. So he had been back at the house at 34 Fairview while his family was out at the waterfall. He had a number of friends that had come over that evening to celebrate his birthday with him. Now, among those friends was two individuals named Sarah Levinson and Julie Day. They were at the residence at 34 Fairview for a good portion. Now, those individuals from the waterfall that leave and then come to 34 Fairview, they do so sometime shortly after. Shortly after midnight is when it starts to snow. Flurries are starting to come down. Snow is starting to stick to some degree to roads, to the front lawn, grassy areas around town. Now, from that group, the group that goes back is obviously Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, as they live there, Caitlin Albert, because it's her parents and her boyfriend picking her up, as well as Jennifer McCabe, who was Nicole Albert's sister, and her husband, Matthew. They go back to that, and there's an open invitation to potentially anybody that's there. John O'Keefe takes them up certain text messages and phone conversations between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe as to where this house is located, as he's never been there. And then he and the defendant arrive in the defendant's vehicle to 34 Fairview. Once there, there's several witnesses from within the home that observe the vehicle parking. So I mentioned earlier there were two females that were with Brian Albert Jr. at the house, one of them being Julie May. At some point, she had called her brother, Mr. Ryan, for a ride. He then gets a ride from his friends, Ricky and Antonio, as well as his Nagel's girlfriend, Heather Max, that's riding in the back of the pickup truck. I say that because they arrive at Fairview Road around the same time as the defendant. The defendant is coming in from one direction, the pickup truck with the Nagel brother is coming in from another. The pickup truck with the Nagel brothers riding in flashes its lights, signaling the defendant to go. Goes first, they follow him behind, and lo and behold, they end up at the same house. They park the pickup truck somewhere in that right side of the property, facing it from the street in the area of the driveway, and the defendant in her black Lexus SUV parks a little bit further up. Different people from within the pickup and different people from within the house observe that Lexus SUV in one location, pull up a little bit further, and then pull up a little bit further until it's in the area of that fire hydrant, of that flagpole, where Mr. O'Keefe is located the following point. Now, from their position, I anticipate the testimony that you're going to hear is that Heather Maxson from that pickup truck observes a male passenger and a female operator when the pickup truck operator flashes those lights and the vehicles facing each other when it fair. What you'll hear also, I anticipate from all three of those individuals in the pickup and Julie Nagel, who comes out to the pickup and talks to the brother, is that no one ever exits that vehicle. There are no footprints around that vehicle. Some damage that they observed to that vehicle at that time. Again, it's just started to snow. Things aren't sticking really too much at this point. Julie Nagel has a conversation with her brother, decides that she's going to stay at the house longer, so arrangements for a ride home, and the pickup truck leaves from that. As they pass by, they observe a female operator matching what I submit as description of the defendant. From all of those people within that house that evening, none of them at any point in time observed John O'Keefe come into the house. See the vehicle out front, they see the vehicle pull away, they just assume that they left, and no one was coming. We hear testimony from other individuals who were at the house that night, including Colin Albert, who is Julie and Christopher Albert's son. He's also a cousin of Brian Albert Jr., who was having people over for his birthday. He's leaving the house around the time that the initial people coming back from the waterfall, which includes the homeowners and Mr. Higgins, are sort of coming into the house, At that point, Colin Alvin was leaving. He was getting picked up by a young lady named Alice McCabe, who was Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter, who's also friends with Colin Albert and also cousins of Ryan Albert Jr. within the home celebrating his birthday. As I mentioned, you'll hear testimony from Matthew McCabe and from Jennifer in regard to their observations that particular evening, both at the waterfall as well as at the residence on Fairview Road. And then you'll hear testimony in regards to a phone call that Jennifer McCabe received from John O'Keefe's niece at approximately 4:53. She answers that phone, speaks to the niece briefly, and the niece hands the phone over to the defendant. Now, you'll hear testimony from the niece as well at about 4:30 in the morning. So the defendant came into her room in a frantic state, saying that Mr. O'Keefe had not come home. So initially, when the defendant is talking to Ms. McCabe, she indicates to Ms. McCabe that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall. Eventually, as Ms. McCabe is waking up, she reminds the defendant that she not only saw them leave the waterfall around the same time herself, but also saw the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, outside of the home on Fairview Road. Eventually, the defendant, while driving around, this will come in as far as other testimony and related testimony as it develops. But she's driving around in that morning. She's calling a bunch of number of different people, friends of Mr. O'Keefe. She's calling Mr. O'Keefe himself. She also calls Mr. Roberts. So Kelly Roberts received a call about 5 a.m. Defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe did not come home, indicating that he got hit by a plow and he must be dead. Ms. Roberts then gets ready. Mr. Ames getting ready as well, sort of planning to go out and look for Mr. O'Keefe to see if they can locate him. They call numerous times. You see that within the text messages and the phone extractions from the right throughout the course of this trial. So eventually, the defendant comes to Ms. McCabe's home, indicates at some points prior to that she has cracked tail. Ms. McCabe then gets in the driver's seat due to the defendant's frantic state. Ms. Roberts is there as well. Ms. Roberts follows Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle back to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows Ave, checks on the niece. The defendant then shows both Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe the damage to her right rear taillight, which is essentially missing a number of different pieces from that right rear tail. They then proceed off to drive and see if they can locate Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant is insistent that they go to that residence on Fairview Road. Again, they're driving down there in the dark, snow, in the wind, in the blizzard. As they approach towards that residence, there is one person seated within the vehicle. This is Ms. Roberts' vehicle. She's driving. Mrs. McCabe is in the front passenger seat. The defendant is in the rear passenger seat. The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. Yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle, until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. Mrs. McCabe then dials 911, and shortly after that is when the officers and firefighters arrive on scene. Now, while they're waiting there, approximately 6:23, 6:24 a.m., during conversation with the defendant asks Mrs. McCabe to look up on her phone how long someone has to be out in the cold to die from something to that point. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. And you'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts, Mr. Nicholas Carino, Mr. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whitworth. You'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from cell phones. And the extraction reports are done with a program called Cell. Mr. Whiffen is someone who writes that software for cell phones. I anticipate you'll hear from each of their testimonies that Google search that was done on Ms. McCabe's phone was done at the same time frame that she indicates the defendant requested to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24 morning. We'll hear testimony from Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, firefighters, and the responding police officers about repeated phraseology that the defendants stated while there asking again and again in regard to Mr. Is he dead? Dead. You will also hear testimony, as I indicated, about or treatment that she received at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, and that would involve testimony from Ms. Stacy Formstep, Ms. Catherine Wilford, and the Dr. Gary Fowler. Your testimony from a number of different analysts from the State Police Crime Lab and from some other laboratories as well. Included within that will be Mr. Nicholas Roberts, Ms. Maureen Hartnett, Mr. Andre Porto, Ms. Ashley Vallier, and Ms. Christina Hannon. Those all being from the State Police. You will hear testimony in regard to an incident which occurred earlier in January, right around noon. Mr. O'Keefe, defendant, and the children have been invited with a much larger group, approximately 70 people or so, to spend New Year's in Aruba. This is a trip that was organized by a friend of Mr. O'Keefe's named Laura Sullivan. We'll hear testimony from her, as well as from her sister, Ms. Marietta Sullivan, as well as you'll hear testimony from two children in relation to this. And essentially, day 2 or so of this trip, Marietta Sullivan, the sister of Laura, is walking through the lobby and she runs into Mr. O'Keefe. This is someone she refers to as godfather, because John O'Keefe is also the godfather of Laura Sullivan's son. Runs into him in the lobby, gives him a hug, and sort of points him in the direction of where she believes he's going to his room. The defendant is in the area. The defendant starts yelling and screaming and swearing at the Sullivan. The Sullivan responds in kind. Essentially, for the most part, the Sullivan sisters see very little of Mr. O'Keefe throughout the remainder of their trip to Aruba. And we also hear testimony from the children that shortly after this, or immediately after this, there is a approximately 20-minute screaming match going on between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant within their hotel room in front of the children. Now, you'll also hear testimony from the defendant's phone in regard to, from another individual's phone in regard to that group, in regard to text messages of an amorous nature that she had with Mr. Brian Higgins, who was at Waterfall, also at the residence on 34 Fairview, because he was friends with homeowner Brian Out, but he was also friends with Mr. O'Keefe and had also met the defendant. And throughout the course of those amorous text messages, there is references that the defendant makes to that incident in Aruba, as she purports it to be Mr. O'Keefe cheating on her. She insists that he was making out with Marietta Sullivan in the lobby as opposed to her giving him a hug, and makes repeated reference to that within the content of those text messages as well. Now, you'll hear testimony from a number of different other individuals. Mr. Michael Trotter, who has a supervisory role at Canton Department of Public Works. You'll hear from Mr. Louis Jutras, who has a supervisory role with regard to IT, in regard to certain video that was recovered from the town of Canton, as well as from a temple located along the route that the defendant traveled, both away from Fairview that evening, as well as to Fairview from the waterfall, away from Fairview to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows, and then later in the morning at 5. If you recall, Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that she receives the call from the defendant about 4:53 in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half-hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Ms. McCabe's. And when I submit the evidence, or what I anticipate the evidence to show, based on sort of tracking of the phone records, testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Powell of the State Police, some of these bulky records and RTT accounts, that the defendant, while she's using her phone, is driving in the direction of Fairview Road prior to going to Mrs. McCabe's house, where she meets Mrs. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. Now, again, you'll hear testimony from a number of different troopers who were involved in the investigation. With regard to this case, you'll hear from Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Mechanic of the State Police. You'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tull. You'll hear some testimony from Trooper Joseph Hall, who's in specialized unit within the State Police called HARS for short, but essentially includes an analysis and reconstruction section within the Massachusetts State Police. His examination of the vehicle.
I think he's wrapping up.
Scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota Tex, Lexus's potentially owned by Toyota or vice versa. So there is some data that he's able to recover from that, back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel. He cycles essentially opines, anticipated he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour. Now, you'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Partner, who collected items from the vehicle, defendant's vehicle, including the tail light, so the housing from that vehicle, pieces of the tail light that were discovered in front grass and front street area. There is a specialized team called CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of the 29th, he, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from the CERT team, were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house, as the blizzard is still ongoing at this point through sort of the afternoon. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. Mr. O'Keefe is transported to hospital. He found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of the taillight. And as is wont to do over the course of the following days, temperatures rise, rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front street. Now, from these different pieces, Ms. Hardiv also locates a cocktail that's located on the bumper or the rear area.
That's quite interesting.
A human hair on the back of that defendant's vehicle as well. Now, the cocktail glass in the bumper, you'll also see surveillance video from the waterfall. And Mr. O'Keefe is observed on that surveillance video, essentially walking out of the waterfall with a cocktail glass in his right hand.
That's interesting.
His right hand has minor injuries to it, and the same right hand that's attached to his right arm that has the abrasions and lacerations that are observed by the paramedics.
But the glass are broken and
Samaritan and observed.
cut open. I must say, it didn't look a lot like
Here's
glass.
testimony from another analyst, Christina Hanley, of the forensic consistency between a drinking glass that was in the defendant's bumper and the drinking glass pieces that were found on the scene 34 days.
JC, good to see you.
Her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she testified with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's tail. We'll hear from an Ashley Valley, who works for the lab as well.
Hello.
How she fit the various pieces of broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porter, who's essentially DNA analyst. For the
What are you going to wrap up 5 minutes ago?
DNA samples that were taken from the taillight and clothes of Mr. O'Keefe and the broken drinking glass that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe. Those items were also sent, the taillight pieces, taillight DNA was also sent to the independent lab, Voting Technologies located.
Look at this lady here. She's
You'll hear from
struggling
an
to stay awake.
Bradford, indicating that the DNA on
Oh,
the
it looks like it.
taillight continued is consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, and inconsistent with Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, who were the two preliminary investigators, primary investigators in this case. You'll also hear from this test chart from that Bodie laboratories in regard to some mitochondrial DNA that she examined in regard to that hair. And Ms. Hartman found on the Buffalo car, in her opinion, that it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe as well.
They also mentioned the hair, so the hair, I think, it might be quite important. The hair that was tested,
You'll also hear from Dr.
test result might be quite important.
Stonebridge of the House of Chief Medical Examiner in regard to their various examinations. Dr. Stonebridge is a neuropathologist, brain findings, Dr. Marini Sportello is a forensic pathologist who does the autopsy medical examination. You'll hear about the variety of sort of injuries that she observed over Mr. O'Keefe's body. In particular, you'll hear testimony in regard to lacerations to the right back of the scene. Your testimony in regard to an initial sort of skull fracture that occurs to the back of the head, and sort of a radiating skull fracture that goes throughout his skull, which then leads to subdural hemorrhage, bleeding on the brain and swelling in the brain, which then leads to the swelling of both initial sides of the third by the end of the skull. You will hear various testimony about sort of issues in regard to his ankles, how that's indicative of hypertension. Now, again, as I said, this is the first of 2 times that I have an opportunity to address you directly. I thank you very much for your attention today, and I thank you for the participation of your close attention as we go through all of the witnesses and all the evidence. That second time I do get to address you, what I'll be asking you, based on the evidence.
He's wrapping up.
You are the sole arbiters of the facts. You are the ones who find what the facts, and I reiterate that, facts, and what the evidence demonstrates. What I submit to you at that time, that second, is that the only true and just verdict based on is that the defendant Karen Reed is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking the victim O'Keefe with a car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing a bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard, with temperatures in the teens, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body. So she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. And that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter, operating on the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lally. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Well, listen to how clearly the judge sounds. You know, they need a microphone there. Definitely need a microphone.
Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34th Fairview Road on January 29, 2020. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Canada, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, and because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As I previously told you, my name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney with an office in Boston. Together with attorneys Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little, it's truly my privilege and my honor to represent Karen Reed during this trial. From a very early juncture in this case, you will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case. You will question the quality of the Commonwealth's evidence. You will question the veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You'll question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You'll question why they focused solely on Karen Reed, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert
was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, and an ambulance,
Wow.
fire trucks, lights
Ooh.
flashing, and first responder
That work everywhere
Brian
now.
Albert never came out of his house. Equally important to you will be the fact that the lead homicide
That's right.
investigators never went inside
Sorry,
the Albert
not
home.
that one, this one.
You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation.
Take
Because the
complete
Canton
control.
police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose.
Yeah, he gestures.
Despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation.
He's more passionate in what he
You
says.
will find it astounding.
Yeah,
But
that's
Canton
right.
police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert, while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home. Take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton.
He's saying
How
to
did
the scapegoat.
about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind, focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was
That's the
doing,
real crime, yeah.
what he was saying. He was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings to his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names he would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway. And you'll learn that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. He was disappointed he hadn't found them yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You will learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs. You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controls that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dayton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th.
It means that symbolically.
His body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor had her Lexus SUV towed from the parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that test. He swore under oath that the vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken it. And folks, you will learn that the timing is important, very important. Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for potential evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that morning. It was light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter. And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of tail lift that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day, when the snow was really starting to accumulate, that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car. They only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession of taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day. He claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight. He supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialist who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John was found dead on Brian Ellis. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all. He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus. She backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear tail light of her Lexus struck John's car in the driveway, and her tail light cracked. That was the same tail light that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:38. But we have video evidence that the tail light was actually broken at 5 a.m. Many hours after the prosecution needs that tail light to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the tail light being broken at Brian Albert's house. You will eventually conclude that that's because the tail light was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got there with John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness, Brian Nagel, was the brother of Julie Nagel, who was at the after-hours party that night. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Brian Nagel confirms that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not. John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. We will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been. Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. You will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked, long after she locked off John at night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain to what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning when she went back to 34th Ferry. Couldn't think of anything else that made sense. We certainly didn't consider in a million years someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him.
That's nonsense. Why would she think she
No.
hit him? Could be she just left him there or that he stayed over for the
Now, I
night.
didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into her bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29th, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, and not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: "How long died in the cold?" Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was "how long to die in the cold," but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation? You will question during this trial, who was it who actually did die in the cold at some point that night, sometime after Jen McCabe was asking Google for an answer to her question. And you'll learn that the answer to that question is John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only two Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m.
Now, an interesting aspect to that is if he partially died of the cold, you could argue that the cold killed him or that the cold was part of what killed him. You have the same thing in the Alec Baldwin trial. You know, he could say that the medic that was supposed to save Helena didn't, and so he didn't kill her. You know, there was something else, and that does potentially add a layer of complexity to this trial, or certainly a layer of something that's not so straightforward.
You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take someone to die. And a big question in this trial for you will be, when was John O'Keefe probably dying? That the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Reed hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital. But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door to 34 Fairview walked to their cars, either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there, who was also Brian Albert's friend. Sarah Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie Nagel, another friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter, was also there. All of them leaving the residence. Each of those people left 34 Fairview in Canton, where Brian Albert lived. Each of them walked out facing the front lawn, where the Commonwealth will tell you that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground.
Oh, no.
Supposedly sprawled
It's the same thing.
just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe Lane. Not one. And you know who else saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th? The snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street of the city of Canton. And this is another big problem for the Commonwealth. You will learn that Michael Proctor, is that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call,
It is, eh?
no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find it, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul Makowski, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul Makowski talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul Makowski found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul Makowski, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Laughlin. So Paul Makowski tracked down Brian Laughlin. He asked Mr. Laughlin if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him. And the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Laughlin had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Laughlin told Paul Makowski that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts and it had been around forever. Brian Laughlin told Paul Makowski that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Laughlin passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Laughlin confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn. So you'll learn that about 2 hours after the Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed somehow incapacitated John O'Keefe, an eyewitness confirms that not only could it not have happened, but it didn't happen. But you'll learn that Brian Laughlin also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street and he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very area where John O'Keefe's body was later found at 6 a.m., Brian Laughlin saw a Ford Edge parked on the side of the road. You will learn that the police have done zero investigation to discover whose Ford Edge that was. You'll learn that members of the Albert family drove Ford Edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You'll learn that while investigators on this case, including Mike Throck, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence, the defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th. You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29th. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at
It's a good
Brian
story.
Albert's house on January 29th, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. That was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they detected 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call. You will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google how long to die in the pool. 2:30 a.m., plow driver Brian Laughlin confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Laughlin confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, that I expect that they will persist in asking you to convict Karen Reed anyway. You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6'2" man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV, would have had his torso completely exposed to the rear of that vehicle, including to the tail light. You'll learn that no part of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no punctures. You'll learn that his chest and hips and legs were pristine, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6.
But the same also applies for if you beat someone up, why would you not beat them up on their chest?
Expert forensic pathologist who was world renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal.
I think you've also got to say, if you have an intentional cover-up, doesn't that not mean that something else was intentional? Because if you did something by accident, why would you need to cover it up?
Including a German Shepherd. You'll learn that on January 29th, 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd. You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers.
That's about it.
You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that. And you'll learn that Chloe. had
Look at
been a
this.
beloved family
Light
dog.
snow, light snow, light snow, light snow,
The Albert
heavy
family
snow.
dog, Chloe. A stranger
It snowed the whole day.
discussed this dog today. The Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore. You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022. And that he did testify about his German Shepherd Chloe during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family rehomed their beloved family dog. They gave away their family dog. Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now,
Now, if you think about it, how many suspects are in the defense case? The dog is a suspect. I mean, just where does it end? It's the dog, and then there's the people inside the house, and then there's some other lady who Googled something, and then there's that other officer. Well, how many people are part of this conspiracy? So is it, are 20 people involved in something, and they all decided, when did they plan this? Or did they plan it spontaneously? And that's the side you don't really hear about, is what's the dynamic between these officers? What do they get some money out of pinning the blame for something on someone else? Like what reward do they get for making someone a scapegoat? I mean, if you think about it, if anything, this case has shone a light on them. So was that the outcome that they wanted?
I think it's all
On the other hand, who has been paying for social media? Who's been paying for quite a big legal team? I would like to know, did Karen Reed pay anyone to influence social media?
although that never went in. But you'll also hear it in January of 2022, after the Aruba trip, and not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen.
The other thing is, if you think about it, are you really going to dump a body on your front lawn and say, well, no one's going to think it's me? Why wouldn't you just take the body and put it somewhere else? I mean, who in the history of cover-ups dumps a body that they've killed on their front lawn? Why not get rid of it on the back lawn? In the history of crime, it's almost like, have you ever seen anyone do that in the history of murder? I'm going to dump this body that I've killed on the front lawn.
And intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him in the car and leaving him there with a
Yeah, that's true.
inside is patently ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone, not Karen, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence then. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Hampton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowners of Boston cop too. Folks, the trial is now about to start, and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this point. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask if you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth. Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did. Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. Prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Reed was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Reed not guilty.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Giannetti.
Or maybe push it sidebar.
Yes.
Yeah, Chelsea, I agree that the defense did really well in the beginning. I think the defense opening was maybe 5 minutes too long, maybe even 10 minutes too long. Not quite sure why we're looking at the air conditioner now, but is the courtroom quite hot? Yeah, so Yannetti did pretty well. He's just shows you how much is communicated non-verbally, how much confidence comes through with enunciating properly. You think about it, regardless of the objective truth of this case, whether it's true that the prosecution's case is reality or that the defense case is reality, simply being able to hear what someone's saying, even if what they're saying is not true, can give you a massive advantage. And so obviously that gives you a bit of a sense in terms of agency with ordinary people. When you want a certain outcome for yourself, try and make sure some of the basics are there, that people can hear what you're saying, that what you're saying is being communicated forcefully in an appropriate way. They are Karen Reed's parents. They made and she actually engaged with them. They made quite a big gaffe as well. I made a video about that. Back to looking at the fan. I wonder, is there not a seal in this courtroom that the camera can kind of go onto? It looks like there isn't. Anyway, let's have a look at some of your comments while we're waiting to see what happens. Karina says, I think somebody who lost all faith in institutions would find this theory possible. Yeah, I do think that is a big part of this case, is people who don't trust the police are going to love this case. And what's quite interesting is in Canton, that whole town has kind of been split down the middle, with people who don't trust the police and then the other half who think that something else happened here. Sharon says, I'm not a fan of the fans. Ha ha. Jean Karras says the ability to make unreasonable doubt sound reasonable is an advantage for the defense. Eric says police incompetence is more believable than any conspiracy. I would go there. That's also true. And I must say, Karen Reid has been communicating quite a lot. So just by the way, Karen Reid is a professor, so she's no slouch. She's a professor. She has a background, I think, in finance, right? So she's quite a well-educated, but also wealthy lady. I can't either. I can't forget that either. Did I miss something? Are we on a morning break? I don't know if I heard anything along those lines, or is this a sidebar? What is the time? 12 o'clock. Is this mid-morning break or is it a lunch break? Because I'm kind of hungry. That's a good point. I would say no, Terry. I would say no. Okay, ask for a sidebar. Just to let you know, I'm probably gonna go to Outback Steakhouse during the lunch break. So if I'm a little bit late, doesn't mean I'm not covering it. I might be 5 or 10 minutes late. It depends on how quickly the service is. So I will leave the thing open. So once it starts, it'll start for you guys as well. I might just jump on 5 or 10 minutes late. It's going to be a little bit difficult to go there, order food, and everything, and be back within 1 hour, but I might be able to do it. Yeah, that's what I think. East Coast time, 8:58. No, I'm on the East Coast. It's 12 o'clock at the moment. So we've already had about 2 hours of trial time. Just for those who are interested, I'm in Myrtle Beach right now. I'm probably going to go with some friends to Charleston at the end of the week. So I probably won't be covering the Karen Reid trial on Thursday and Friday. I'm not quite sure what I'll be doing the week after that. I guess we'll see. It also kind of depends on you guys, if you guys remain interested, and also if I must say I'm enjoying the quality of the camera footage. I think that's definitely acceptable and even quite good. Audio is so. It's okay. We may even have better audio after this little break, and certainly after the lunch break. It does seem like in streamed trials, the quality of everything takes a day or two to sort out. Stephanie, I wanted to say to you, I'm not sure if I did tell you, I did have the booster. I had a headache for about a day, but I did have the booster. I did actually ask them if I could give them, this was for something else, if I could give a doctor's certificate, and they said, no, you've got to go to a doctor in America. So that's the thing. You will love Charleston. I hope to love it. Just want to see, I think I've got a little message that came through. Any questions? Any questions? So I'm hoping to go down to Cape Canaveral to watch a rocket launch on the 6th, and I'm not sure if I'm going to come straight back to Myrtle Beach and then head west, or whether I'm going to go west from there. I'm still trying to make up my mind. I kind of feel like I need to look at a map and work it all out there. But I'm trying to hit 20 birds with one stone. So I guess we'll see. By the way, just a reminder: there's a documentary on Amazon Prime, "The Murder of Meredith." I watched it last night. Really worth watching. There's some excellent footage of Amanda in the courtroom testifying. What's his name? Raffaele Sollecito, calling 911 or calling the police. What's quite interesting is he calls them when the other police are actually there. So you sort of get the feeling that they were caught out, that people would ask them afterwards, why didn't you call the police if they hadn't called the police, Anyway, that's quite a controversial thing, is this idea that the police arrived not because they called the police, and they didn't say that the police were there when they called the police. Timmy's staying with his favorite aunt. Yeah, May 6th is a NASA Boeing rocket launch at Cape Canaveral. It's actually a manned launch. I'm going to try and pop into Delphi. I am going to try and pop into Delphi. In fact, I'm also going to try and be in Boston, and I don't know if I'll get into the courtroom, but I might be. I certainly want to go to the house where all of this happened and just have a snoop around. So on my way out of America, I do plan to head up that way. And that's not too far from Connecticut, which is also where the Troconis trial took place. Yeah. So, I might set foot in the Delphi courtroom. I might set foot in the Chair de Bell trial. And I might set foot in this one, although this one looks like a packed courtroom. So, but I guess we'll see. So if you're curious what's kind of going on, that's what's going on. Still no change. So part of the reason I'm going down to Florida is I want to visit the fabric of the Casey Anthony case. I wrote 2 books about that case, Treachery. That's the title of the book. I was busy with a 3rd book when the Chris Watts case happened. That would have been called Treachery, Veil of Tears. And that was dealing with the weeks before, probably from about August onwards, before Kaylee's body was found. And then also want to go into the fabric of the Gabby Petito case, the laundry home, the park where Brian was found. Just be interested to go there. I might go to Tennessee as well, to look at the situation in the Sebastian Rogers case and Riley Strain. They're both in Tennessee, and perhaps even Summer Wells as well. Obviously, all of this costs money, so I don't know. Once I'm through Tennessee, we'll have to see where I go from there. I'm also thinking of going out to San Francisco to get into the fabric of the Scott Peterson case. I've written 3 books on that case, and was working on the 4th when something else came up. That one was supposed to be Weight of the World. That was the title. But I still want to go to Modesto. I still want to walk around the Berkeley Marina and all that kind of thing. If I do resume writing books, all those sort of visits will be useful. The photos that I took and that kind of thing. What else? So what I'm quite excited about is sharing what I think is quite a big insight in the Amanda Knox case, something you won't hear in the documentary, something that I've uncovered, something that I know and I've realized that I think is a really big insight. And I'll maybe share that with you guys in the next video. So I guess we'll see. Joe says, joined an hour late, just caught up. Okay. Joe Huck, good to see you. I must say, I was really looking forward to the 3rd book on Casey Anthony as well. And, you know, I guess it is what it is. Something that's quite weird, I seem to remember, I know that Casey Anthony worked at Universal Studios, but I seem to remember seeing a photo of her with Minnie Mouse in front of the Disney castle. And I told someone about this and she couldn't remember it. Can you guys remember anything like that? It's just hard for me to imagine. I mean, I'm basing this on something that I seem to remember, but it's also hard for me to imagine that if you live in Orlando, that you wouldn't get work in, you know, at Walt Disney World. Does anyone remember seeing that picture of Casey Anthony with Mickey Mouse? I've tried to find it. I haven't been able to find it. So I went on a cruise with some friends yesterday, and they were telling us that the slaves that were brought over from the rice plantations actually came from West Africa, and in many senses, how did they put it? A lot of how this part of South Carolina looks has got more in common with the west coast of Africa than, because by rights you shouldn't have rice. You can't have rice in a sort of situation like this. It's actually impossible. It's just too foresty and difficult to do. And as soon as the slave trade ended, so did the rice plantations. But basically, this part of America is on the same latitude as West Africa. And so basically they created some of the, I guess, the landscape and the farming of West Africa on the east side of America. It's quite interesting. Yeah, I think that does make sense, right? That does make sense. I wish I could tell you more, like which animals are here that have transferred from West Africa. There certainly are a lot of people from West Africa. Someone asked me, you know, do you have rice farms in your country? And we don't. It's just too dry. There's certainly no rice plantations anywhere in South Africa, or anywhere in Southern Africa, not even in Namibia. So definitely not in Namibia. But as soon as you go up to the equatorial areas, then you might get that. Yeah, so it is quite crazy that there's quite a lot of Africa in this part of America, and so it would be kind of a natural home. I must say, when I went swimming, I felt very comfortable. I was like, wow, I could hang out here for a couple of years. I don't think it's a vacation picture because she lives there. I don't think she was on vacation. So what I did say to the folks on members only, I've sort of put a video up pretty much every day, just saying where I am and what I'm doing and what I'm thinking. I did thank my members that I did hit my income target for this month, which wasn't necessarily easy for a couple of reasons. I took a couple of days off to go to Nature's Valley. Also, you know, when you cover Boeing and you cover even Amanda Knox, there's not a huge amount of interest, so it's not really that easy to hit your targets. But I do want to thank you guys for your support, because it's thanks to your contributions that I was able to. It looks like we're back.
All right, jurors, we're about to begin the evidence in this case, and I remind you, I defined for you what the evidence is and what isn't evidence. Please remember that the opening statements of lawyers are not evidence. You're about to hear the evidence starting now. So, Mr. Lally, your first witness, please.
Do you think that was a?
Let's call Mr. Paul O'Keefe to the stand.
Okay.
Do you think that was a reference to the defense opening from the judge?
Rachel, you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now would hear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That looks like it could be his brother. Now, I think the lunch break is in an hour or 45
Are you
minutes.
ready, Mr. Lally?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name and spell your last name?
Paul O'Keefe, last name O''K EEFE.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live there?
My wife, Erin, our 2 children,
And how old are you?
13 and 10.
Both daughters, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you and your wife?
Together, 24 years total. Married for 17 almost.
What's your wife's name?
Erin,
And where did you grow up?
Braintree, Massachusetts.
And what are your parents' name?
My father is John, mother is Margaret.
And do you have any siblings?
2, yes. My sister, Kristen. And, excuse me, brother, John.
What was sort of the order and age as far as
My sister was the oldest. My brother was the middle. I'm the youngest, so my sister was 5 years older than me, and my brother was 3.5 years older than me.
He's the baby.
I do.
He's the youngest.
I'm in sales for a company, Siddons Industries, which is a manufacturer of plumbing products.
How long have you been doing
12 years now.
it? Does wife work as well?
She does.
What is she?
She's in marketing. She works for a mechanical contractor out of Randolph.
About how long has she?
She's been with her company for a year and a half now. Before that, she had a job in working out of Boston for about 13 years.
And your brother, call him John, or was there like a nickname or?
I mean, we all call him Johnny, especially if you're a family.
And what did Johnny
Boston Police,
How long was he a member of the Boston?
16 years.
And within the Boston Police, where specifically did he sort of work?
He started in Hyde Park, Mattapan area, which I believe is E18, and transferred over to Dorchester, which is C11, and then downtown Boston for in the SOAR unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
When was it about that he started sex offender?
So after my sister had passed away in 2013, her husband passed away 2 months after that. My brother he took on responsibility of raising our niece and nephew, and so the Boston Police, to ensure that he was safe and protected, moved him to that unit in 2014.
And I'm sorry to ask, but your sister passed away in 2013, is that correct?
Correct.
What did your sister Kristen pass away?
She had an aggressive brain tumor, which is called glioblastoma.
Shame he's lost both brother and
What
sister.
was it between the time she diagnosis?
5.5 months.
And you mentioned that you got a brother-in-law, Christian husband, is that correct?
Correct. Stephen Furbush, yes.
And when was it that he passed?
2 months later, which was January 12th, 2014.
And they, and by they, I mean Kristen and Stephen Furbush, they had children, is that correct?
Yes, 2 children, Haley and Patrick.
Which one is old?
Haley's the older. Patrick's a couple years younger than her, about 3 years.
How old are they now?
Haley is 16 and Patrick is 13.
And you mentioned, so initially when your sister Kristen passed away, what was sort of the family's plan as far as Haley and Patrick were?
Can you repeat that?
So initially when your sister Kristen passed away and her husband Stephen was still alive, what was sort of the initial plan as far as with reference to the children?
We were kind of in scramble mode to figure out, how we were going to move forward. My wife and I had talked about having the kids come live with us. We had 2 small children at the time. 3 and 8 months were my children. We didn't have a large enough house to take on 2 other children, so my brother stepped in, moved into the house in Canton, and raised them for 8 years.
Wow.
So around this time of 2013, sister Kristen and her husband Steve children, about how old were they at this time that Johnny sort of took over?
Haley was 6, Patrick was 3.
Now, when your brother Johnny sort of, what if any sort of legal relationship you have to Haley?
He was made a legal guardian.
And where did he move from, and where did he move to when he was
So he was living in Dorchester in a condo. He was living by himself, so he pretty much moved into my sister and brother-in-law's house in Canton. Lived there for, I want to say, 4 years until sold the house and bought a different house, which is also located in Canton.
Now, the initial house that your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen lived in with Haley and Patrick, about how long had they been living there before your brother John?
They were probably there for 5 or 6 years.
Prior to that, where had your sister Kristen and either of the children lived prior to moving into that?
Yeah, so they, Kristen and Steve actually moved in with Johnny in Dorchester when Kaylee was just a baby. Lived with him for approximately a year before they bought their home in Canton.
Now, about you mentioned that at some point your brother bought a second house in Canton there with the kids. Is that right?
Correct.
Around what time was that?
I want to say 2017 or 2018 timeframe.
And they lived there up and through sort of January 28, 29, 2022. Was that correct?
Correct.
Now, around that particular time of January 2020, about how often did you see your brother John?
I would say probably every other week, twice a month.
And your brother in particular, how often would you communicate with him during that time?
Communicate regularly, mostly through text messaging. A couple days a week, I would say.
Over the course of time, you said about 8 years or so that Johnny had sort of custody of Karen, correct?
Correct.
And over that course of time, about how many relationships have been, well, let me phrase it this way. About how many long-term relationships did your brother Johnny have with women over the course of that time? And before you get to that, if I could just ask what your definition of long-term relationship.
Long-term relationship is, over a year.
So how many of those types of dating relationships that lasted for at least a year did your brother have during that time together?
2.
Do you agree is a long-term relationship over a year?
Amy
Sounds right to me.
Fortney and Karen Reed.
And this other individual, Amy, when about was it that your brother dated?
2016, 2017 timeframe, I think.
And did this other woman that he dated named Amy, did she have children of her own?
Yeah, she had 2 sons. Names are Gabriel and Christian.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In reference to, you mentioned 2 women that your brother had dated for a long term, correct?
Yes, correct.
One of them was the woman Amy that you just about, correct?
Correct.
Is Karen Reed someone that you had met in the course of your brother dating her?
Yes.
Clear the record, you've seen these reading before them today, you identify where she's seated on an article of clothing.
Yep, she is seated right there between Mr. Giannetti and Mr. Jackson.
That's record reflect identification.
Yeah.
No objection.
Yes.
Mr. O'Keefe, when was it that you first met Karen?
I believe it was Mother's Day. So maybe May of 2020.
Now, prior to that, were you aware of any other time when Ms. Reed and your brother John had dated in the past?
They dated very briefly in 2004.
And had you had occasion to meet her during that brief period where they dated in 2004?
I did not meet her back then, no.
And so the first time you met her would have been sometime in spring of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And what was your understanding as far as when they had reconnected or gotten back together in reference to when you?
They reconnected. I believe my brother reached out to her in March of 2020, right at the beginning of COVID. I think he reached out to her via Facebook Messenger and then, text.
And they resumed some kind of relationship, and you had occasion to meet or see Karen Reed over the course of hanging out with your brother at various dates, correct?
Correct, yep.
Now, about how often would you see Ms. Reed? Would it be the same, more or less than when you saw your brother?
Almost the same, maybe a little less. If my brother was just him and I or his friends, but for the most part, he was with Karen.
And as far as your understanding, what was sort of the living arrangements with regard to Ms. Reed?
She has her own home in Mansfield, Massachusetts. She would stay at my brother's house in Canton. I would say 3, maybe 4 nights a week.
Hey, Maria.
And that would be at your brother's house with both he and your niece and nephew.
Correct.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned that they reconnected sometime around the COVID-19 pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And with regard to your brother and Ms. Reed and children, what was sort of going on as far as school and work with regard to the pandemic, with regard to each other?
So that was a period of time when schools were closed and kids had to do remote learning. So Kelly and Patrick were both at home, remote learning, and my brother, didn't have a job where he can work remote, so he had to go into the office. And most of the time, Karen would be at home with the kids during the day while she worked remotely.
Now, you mentioned earlier that your brother had a legal guardianship role with regard to children, correct?
Correct, yes.
What, if any, legal status or role did the defendant have with regard to children?
She didn't have any.
Now, with regard to your brother and the defendant's relationship, what, if any, conversations did you have with your brother in regard to status of their relationship or any issues?
He didn't say too much. If they were arguing, he might, give reference that they were arguing, didn't really tell me what they were arguing about, but mostly kept that stuff to himself.
What, if anything, did he mention to you as far as reasons for an argument or sort of points of contention?
He didn't like, if you'd spend a lot of money on the kids for gifts or, I know there was some arguments over, what she fed them, whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or whatnot, but it was things along those lines.
Doesn't seem too serious. Thanks, Karina.
What, if any, sort of, what if any occasions, as far as they're arguing or anything like that, you observe personally?
Yeah, I witnessed, so they had rented a house down in Cape Cod. That was the summer of 2021. I brought my 2 daughters down for a couple nights, and I witnessed one intense fight
Wow,
between the
intense.
2 of them.
As far as the fight as you're characterizing that, was that physical or just verbal?
No, it was a verbal argument.
And what, if anything, was that verbal argument about?
It's hard to recall. I mean, I guess like typical couples fighting. There was alcohol that had been involved. I recall her complaining that he wasn't nice to her, or something to that effect, and I was kind of the referee in that entire situation.
Now, when you make reference to alcohol involved, is that one or both?
Both.
Both your brother and
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, and specifically New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. Recall that time?
I do.
And to recall where you and your family were, for that sort of New Year celebration?
Yeah, so I was with my wife and her family. We went to Aruba the day after Christmas,
Nice.
celebration of my wife's mother's 70th birthday.
Mr. Lally, does it make sense that I give an instruction at this point?
Aruba.
I'm gonna see counsel at sidebar.
Isn't there a song, Aruba, Jamaica? Come on, pretty mama. Well, JB, not familiar with this trial. What happened? Well, you had a couple, a police officer and I think like a financial planner or financial. Make sure that I know. Karen Reed job. Work in equity research. I know that she's a professor. I'm just trying to. She's an equity analyst at Fidelity Investments. So she's obviously got a background in finance, right? So she's a financial analyst and college professor. She's facing second-degree murder charges, right? Which is to do with, did she intentionally kill, not plan to kill, but did she intentionally kill her partner by running over him? They went out drinking, and then it's the question of whether she dropped him off or whether she dropped him off and then kind of backed into him and left him for dead. And, so does that tell you what happened here?
So during that New Year's Eve, you were in Aruba for your wife's mother's 70th, correct?
Correct.
And with your brother, Donnie, was he also in Aruba around that same time frame?
Yes.
And your resorts and your brother's resorts, where were they in relation?
They were pretty much on opposite sides of the island.
And at any point in time when you were in Aruba, did you see your brother at any point?
Unfortunately, we did not.
Wow.
Now, you mentioned that you were there with your wife and your children, is that correct?
Correct.
You know who your brother was in Aruba with around that same time?
He was with Karen Reed and brought the kids, Kaylee and Patrick, with them. They're also with a large group, many other couples and families.
You know who was sort of the primary organizer of that group that your brother was with?
Yes, a friend of ours, Laura Sullivan.
And how did you know Laura Sullivan?
I knew Laura through my brother. She had dated my brother's partner and one of his best friends, Pat Rogers.
And did Ms. Sullivan and Mr. Rogers have a child together?
Yes, a boy.
And at some point, did Mr. Rogers pass away?
Yes.
What was sort of the relationship between your brother and Ms. Sullivan in relation to Rogers' child?
Johnny was, so she has son Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
And sort of
Good
towards the end
point.
of your
Good
stay in
point.
Aruba, with regard to the pandemic, what if anything happens to you or any other member of the family?
So my older daughter tested positive for COVID. So her and I kind of got left behind, stayed for an extra 3 and 4 days, I believe.
Out on holiday, I know what that's like.
So after you returned from Aruba, at some point, were you and your brother trying to make plans to connect or to hang out or see each other at some point in January 2020?
Yes, we were actually planning on getting together on January 29th.
Wow.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was Saturday.
And
Yeah.
why was it Saturday? Why were you sort of targeting Saturday?
Weekend, no work. Kids didn't really have much on the schedule.
By that, you mean your kids as well as.
Correct. Yes.
And then what, if anything, occurred with reference to those plans as far as them coming to fruition?
Big snowstorm hit the area, and you know, we said, maybe it's probably better if we just stay home and off the roads. So we kind of canceled getting together the day before.
So so initially had a meeting for the 29th, but canceled it the day before on the 28th.
Correct.
Because of the weather, and the defense case says that the snow wasn't an issue.
Brother were aware of prior to that day it happened.
Yes.
And was that something you learned of? Where did you learn?
The news.
So sort of all over the news, is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
And as far as either your children or John's children, for lack of a better term, were there any sort of planned activities for that day that got canceled because of the weather?
On the Saturday, the 29th, I mean, I think everything was pretty much canceled. I don't know anything specific. We had, my daughters had basketball on Friday night, the night before, but we didn't really have any plans for the children on Saturday.
Now, turning your attention to that day of the 28th. So the day before that, that was Friday, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you mentioned that your daughters had basketball that evening, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, role do you have in regards to your daughters'
I coach both of their teams.
And so you coached 2 games that Friday night?
Correct.
And about what time did you sort of get home from all of that?
First game was at 6, second game was at 7:15, so we got home 8:30-ish.
And your wife was with you at both of your daughters' games?
Correct.
And when you got home, the snow that had been predicted, had it started at that point where you were?
I noticed the first flurries sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
And if you know approximately what time did you go to bed?
Right around probably midnight.
And your wife, Erin, did she go to bed same time as you?
I think she went to bed a little before me. Yes.
Now, earlier in that day, that Friday, the 28th, what, if any, conversation by any means did you have with your brother?
My last communication with him was on a group text exchange that included myself, Karen Reed, and my mother. And he was excited because our niece Kaylee had gotten accepted to be in high school. So he was happy, proud dad moment. And then Patrick's national math scores came back, and he scored extremely high. So he was extremely proud of Patrick that day as well.
So we had sort of sent, your brother John sort of sent that to the group, which included yourself, your mother, and Miss Reed.
Correct.
And your niece Kaylee, as far as what grade was she in, and what grade was she going into as far as that application to?
Yeah, so she was 8th grade going into 9th, freshman year in high school.
Now you go to bed at some point in the evening of the 28th, and you woke up on the 29th. Do you recall what woke you up on that morning?
Yes, my mother called me at 6:40 a.m.
Is that something typical?
No. She called and just said something happened to your brother. They found him in the snow, and they took him to the hospital.
And which hospital was it?
Good Samaritan in Brockton, Massachusetts.
And at that point, did you, or what, if any, other sort of information you have as to what had happened to her?
I really didn't know much until I got to the hospital. While I was at the hospital, my cousin works 911 dispatch, so she came down because she had heard. And the only thing I was able to get was that, he was cold and they needed to warm him up. But didn't have much information other than that.
You get that information from your cousin when you get to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
That cousin, what was her name?
Susanna Hensley.
So I can take you back to just prior. So you initially get the phone call from your mother, Peggy O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
That's about 6:40 in the morning.
Correct.
And wife Erin is with you at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you get that call and sort of what is it that you do, or sort of how quickly are you out the door?
I jumped out of bed, got changed, brushed my teeth, and I was out the door.
And you drove from your house to
Yes, I drove myself from my house to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital.
and what kind of car did you have at that point?
A Toyota 4Runner.
It's a SUV.
That's an SUV, yes.
What color was it?
Black.
And
That's quite sure why that's
road
relevant.
conditions, visibility, sort of when you're driving from West Bridgewater to Brockton, what if anything did you observe as far as how the road?
The driving was very poor that morning, and just continued to get worse throughout the day.
Hmm.
So it took me longer than usual, than it typically would to drive that distance.
Now, as far as your parents were concerned, did they come to the Good Samaritan Hospital as well?
Yes, our friend Kerry Roberts picked them up in Braintree and brought them to the hospital in Brockton.
When you say your friend Kerry Roberts, how do you know Kerry?
So we grew up in Braintree. She grew up in Braintree as well. 2 years older than me. Knew my brother. They went to homecoming together one year. And she also resides in Canton.
So she was someone who had grown up with you and your brother, was friends with you and also friends with your brother, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your arrival at the Good Samaritan, who arrived first? Was it you, your parents, or something?
I got there first.
And about how long was it, if you know, between the time that you got there and the time that your parents arrived there?
About 45 minutes.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where within the facility did you sort of go?
Emergency room waiting area, lobby.
And at some point, did you, after your parents arrived, did you move from the waiting room area to somewhere else within the hospital?
So when my parents arrived, they brought us, in the double doors into like a little family sitting room.
And about how long was it that you were in the family sitting room before you went somewhere?
So we were in that waiting room. Doctor and nurse came in, and told us that all their efforts to save my brother were unsuccessful and that he had passed away. And then asked if we wanted to go see him, in which we said yes. So we left that room and walked down the hallway to his hospital room.
And that doctor you spoke to, do you recall what the doctor's name was?
Dr. Rice.
And when you say that we went down to the room where your brother was that everyone in the group?
It was myself and my parents, yes.
And Ms. Roberts, did she go as well? Or
No, she stayed out in the waiting area.
and as you were making your way down to the room where they had your brother, what if anything occurred along the way?
So I noticed Karen Reed was there. She was being restrained by hospital employees, and she was, screaming out to us, asking if he was alive.
Is that something that she screamed out once, more than once, or something?
Several times.
Didn't she know?
At some point, you went into the room where your brother was, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you saw as far as your brother was?
He was pretty banged up. He had His eyes had swelled up. He had a breathing tube in, well, a mask anyway. Blood come down his nose, blood come down his mouth. But what really stood out to me was, the eyes. It was almost as if like there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that swollen.
Sure.
In addition to what you observed as far as his eyes, what if any other sort of injuries did you observe on any other part of the blood spot?
I noticed some markings on his arm. Didn't look at his lower torso area at all because he was, covered by a sheet. So most of the injuries that, we observed was to the head area, face area.
And when you say his arm, do you recall whether that was one arm, both arms, or which arm?
He had markings on his right arm. I didn't notice anything on the other side.
You spent some time privately with family with your brother. At some point you left, is that correct?
Yes, I'd estimate we were probably in the room with him for probably 20 minutes until we left.
After about that 20 minutes, you come back up the hallway and where are you going?
Yeah, we went back to the waiting area, trying to figure out, can we leave? Do we leave? So yes, we left. My mother drove with me. My father drove with Kerry Roberts. We went from the hospital at Good Samaritan in Brockton back to my brother's house in Canton.
And if I could just take you back for a moment. So as you exit the room where your brother is, you come back out in the hallway, what if anything occurred?
Again, we saw Karen Reed being restrained by hospital employees, screaming the same things. Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?
At any point, either before or after, respond to any of that screaming that you heard?
Do you think she was acting, or do you think she
actually blew her a kiss?
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to January 29, 2022, how would you characterize it?
Thought we had a good relationship. I held her in very high regard. I thought she was a good influence on my niece and nephew. I appreciated all the help that she was providing to my brother with the kids. We'd go out together as couples a couple times. She became very friendly with my wife, but I'd say overall we had a good relationship.
but she didn't call him to
Had in relationship
tell him what happened?
January 29, 2020. Have you expressed those to either the defendant or any member of her family?
Yes. So Christmas Eve of 2021 was the first time I met her parents. My brother hosted Christmas Eve at his house. I met Mr. and Mrs. Reed. I offered to help Mrs. Reed, carry some things in from her car. And as we were walking to the car, I said, I just want to tell you, I think your daughter's great. I think very appreciative of what she's done for the kids and helping my brother.
He does, huh?
Now, turning back to that day of January 29th, go back out to the waiting area, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened when you see or speak to when you got up?
I saw her father, Bill Reed, come into the hospital. He was picking up Karen as we were pretty much exiting the hospital to head back to Canton.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I did not.
Now, you indicated that you drove with your mother back to Meadows Ave where your brother lived, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Roberts drove with your father back to the same location, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as far as your understanding sort of on the drive back, where were the kids? Where was Kaylee and Patrick?
So Kaylee was picked up by Mike Camerano, who's Kaylee's best friend's father. Patrick was at a sleepover the night before, so he was still with the family at the house where he slept the night before.
You mentioned that the drive from your house from West Bridgewater to Brockton was somewhat difficult, correct?
Very difficult.
How would you characterize the drive from Brockton to your brother's house?
I mean, at one point I said to my mother, I don't know if I'm going to make it back. You know, visibility was terrible. Couldn't see the roads. We made it back. It was just very, very difficult. Probably the worst driving conditions I've driven in as far as weather.
Quite a big statement.
And so then, at some point, you and your vehicle, Ms. Roberts, and hers, and your parents, you arrived at your brother's house in Canton, correct?
That's correct.
Know about what time of day that was?
It was mid-morning, so maybe between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And was there anybody present at the house when you arrived there?
No.
And at some point, did other people come over? As far as specifically, I'm asking about children.
Yes, so Kaylee was dropped off shortly after we arrived. And then a little while after that, Patrick was dropped off from his sleepover.
And at some point, you were tasked with informing the children what happened to correct?
Correct.
At some point after you left the hospital in Brockton, what if any conversation or what if any phone calls did you receive in relation to the defendant?
Karen Reed called me, asked me if it was okay to come over and to see the kids, and I said sure.
Hmm.
Do you know how long that phone call went on for?
It was a quick phone call, maybe a minute. I said she just asked if she could come over, and I said sure. And then she arrived at the house, shortly thereafter.
When you initially arrived at the house, along with parents and Robert's motor vehicle, what if any other vehicles did you observe sort of in the driveway of that?
I only noticed, I think, my brother's car. I mean, I don't even recall seeing any other cars. I mean, there could have been a car in the garage, but I didn't notice really. Nothing stands out.
What kind of car did your brother?
Chevy Traverse,
What color was that?
like gray.
And if you recall, when you first sort of arrived there, where was that vehicle parked in relation to your brother?
I believe it was the right side of the driveway, all the way down to the end of the drive, like the top of the driveway.
Now, you had the phone call with the defendant, indicated it's fine for her to come over. You know about how long it was after receiving that phone call and when Ms. Reed arrived there?
20 to 30 minutes, maybe.
And when she arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was she with?
She was with her father.
And at some point, was there anyone else from her family that
He's going to be an interesting
Her brother
witness.
and his wife showed up.
He's going
shortly
to
after she
be,
arrived
her
at the
dad's
office.
also a witness here.
And how many cars, come in between sort of the
They each took separate vehicles, so 2 cars arrived.
and Ms. Reed's vehicle? You know where that vehicle was in relation to your brother's house at that time?
It was either in the driveway or in the garage. I'm not positive.
Fair to say it was at the house, but
It was at the house, yes.
so between the Reed family, there's 3 vehicles at your brother's house, correct?
Correct.
Now, the defendant mentioned that you had met her father before on Christmas Eve, is that right?
Correct.
Have you met her brother or brother's wife prior to that day?
No,
And, you were in the house when they arrived, is that correct?
when Karen and her father arrived, I was shoveling the walkway out front.
And, in total, about how much time was the defendant at the house that morning?
I would probably say about 30 minutes.
And at that point, when the defendant arrived, was either Kaylee or Patrick or both home at that time?
Yes, Kaylee had come home first, and then Patrick had come home. So I think Patrick may have come home while they were there.
You mentioned when they arrived, you were out shoveling sort of the front walk, correct?
Yes,
When they arrived, did you go in the house with them or did you continue shoveling or something?
I continued shoveling for a very short period of time, and went in the house, like pretty much right after they did.
And when you got in the house, what was it sort of that you were doing at that time?
I mean, we had just told Kaylee what had happened, and we were waiting for Patrick to get home, so we were kind of just congregated in the kitchen.
When you say we, who exactly are you talking?
Sorry, myself, my mother, and my father.
Was Ms. Roberts still there or is she gone?
I don't recall.
And so, in addition to yourself, your mother, and your father, Ms. Reed, her father, any other sort of members of her family, where were they within the house?
So mainly the kitchen at first. When Patrick came home, we kind of took him to like the side room where the kids hang out. Talked to him in that room, and then we were in the kitchen. Then Miss Reed and her father went upstairs.
When you sat down with Patrick to tell him what had happened to your brother, who, if anyone else, was with you?
Karen Reed.
And at some point subsequent to that, you went back to the kitchen, correct?
Yes,
Where was it that the defendant and her father went?
upstairs into the bedroom.
And if you know, about how long were they in the upstairs area?
I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
And them as they came downstairs?
Yeah, so I was on the phone a few times. So I didn't watch them walk upstairs, but I saw them come downstairs, turn the corner at the bottom of the stairs. She had some of her belongings that she had taken from the bedroom.
And where did she go with those belongings?
They left. Like I said, they were probably there for 30 minutes. They got in their cars and drove back to Dayton, Massachusetts.
And when you say got back in their cars, you mentioned 3 cars that had been there in the driveway or in the area of the house, correct?
Correct.
When the defendant left, how many of those cars were there?
0.
And as far as the weather conditions that you had mentioned that existed at the time that you drove from the hospital in Brockton to your brother's home in Canton, if any improvement occurred with the weather during that time?
None.
So essentially the same, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was still, the conditions were still poor.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, did you know what kind of vehicle Ms. Reed had?
A Lexus SUV. I don't know the actual model.
There's the answer to someone's question.
Mr. Lally, that clock is actually wrong. It's just about 1 o'clock, so is this a good place?
It is.
All right, jurors, it's the luncheon break. We'll break for an hour. We're ready to go. 2 o'clock.
Put them on your chair.
Let's look at the fan. There we go. All righty. So that was the morning session. I must say it was actually, I found the John's brother more interesting than both opening statements. I don't know about you guys. I'm going to also take the lunch break. So, as I say, if I'm a little bit late, if I'm 10 minutes late, it will be on. You just might not see me for a couple of minutes, but I will be back. Let's have a look at Karen here. There she looks a bit smug, I must say. Got a bit of a smile on her face. Okay. Guys, I'll see you a bit later.
4 years, 4 or 5 years. I don't remember the exact year that he bought the new house.
And so they lived there for 4 or 5 years, and then you mentioned that you bought a new, where was the new house?
The new house is the house now on Meadows Ave in Canton.
And so from whenever time Johnny bought that house, he lived there basically with kids, family, Catholic, until he passed away.
Correct.
And with respect to your niece and nephew, what if any, or legal relationship did Johnny have with respect to that?
He became their guardian.
And during the time that, from the time that your brother-in-law Johnny sort of took over that guardianship with respect to your niece and nephew, as far as dating, what if any sort of long-term relationships have during that period? Before you answer that, if I could just ask you for your definition, as far as what do you deem a term as far as the long-term?
1-2 years, I guess, as a start, 2 years.
So during that time, after you've seen sort of guardianship of a kid, how many of those relationships, 1 to 2 years or so, did Johnny have?
2.
And what were the names of the people that he had those relationships?
The first was Amy, and then Karen.
And just to be clear, by Amy, that was, where she lives, what town?
She resides in Westwood.
She had children of her own, is that correct?
Yes,
And the second that you mentioned was Karen, is that correct?
correct.
What's Karen's last name?
Reed.
For clarity purposes, do you see the first new Karen Reed, correct?
Yes,
Just for clarity purposes of the record, do you see Karen Reed in the photo?
I do.
Is identified with where she's seated or not for the photo?
Black or blue blazer.
Trying to stat the record reflect identification with that.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, as far as her relationship with regard to your niece and nephew, what if any sort of legal relationship that you have with regard to his nephew or to your brother-in-law, John Hill?
Legal, none.
Now, as far as over the course, well, when was the first time that you recall meeting defendant Ms. Reed?
I believe it was in June of 2020 during COVID.
Based on sort of your understanding, when was that in relation to when they began sort of their relationship?
I think it was in February or March of that same year.
So right around the time that the pandemic caused the sort of general shutdown, correct?
I think so, yes.
Now, as far as you were aware, did you know of any sort of pre-existing relationship or any time that they had dated in the past prior to that February, March 2020?
I learned that after the fact.
So fair to say during any sort of previous time that they may or may not have dated, you hadn't met Ms. Reed and weren't aware of her at all?
Correct. I had not met her.
Do you recall sort of where you were or what the circumstances were the first time that you met them?
I believe we were all coming to our house. It was either, it may have been a birthday party or Father's Day, but we were out on the patio. I think it was June.
So John O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, as well as the children came over to your house for some kind of holiday or something.
Correct.
Now, from that time sort of going forward, how would you describe sort of your relationship with the defendant?
I liked her a lot.
And as far as prior to January 29th, 2022, would you consider yourself or characterize your relationship as friends?
I would.
And about how often, sort of from that time of when you first met her in June of 2020 through January, the end of January 2022, how often would you see sort of your niece, your nephew, Mr. O'Keefe, and or Ms. Reed?
1-2 times a month. It was COVID, so when we could be outside or all get together, or if there was a birthday.
And were there any occasions where you would have occasion to spend time with or hang out with the defendant outside of either your husband or brother-in-law, John?
Yes, and we talked quite often.
And just in regard to sort of in person, about how many times was that?
Without them, I don't recall.
Now, as far as your understanding of sort of the living arrangement around, how often, what was your understanding as far as the relationship and sort of where everybody lived or where everybody stayed or how often?
I believe that Karen was there most times. I do know that she liked to go home on Mondays just to kind of have a fresh time by herself. And Thursdays, she was teaching an online class, so she would be home on Thursdays as well. But for the majority of the time, I believe she was over there.
Now, just to be clear, when you say over there, you mean the house on Meadows?
Correct.
When you say she was home, where else did she have a home during that time?
In Mansfield.
And had you had occasion to be over her house in Mansfield at any point in time that you were friends?
I had gone over once, yes.
Now, with respect to over her house and their relationship, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as fights, arguments, issues, anything like that?
I think normal relationship, you know, the stuff everyone goes through.
If I could ask you just if you could expound upon that a little as far as saying normal relationships, what exactly?
I know that, you know, my in-laws being there often could be stressful. And, you know, two people with kids and life, normal everyday relationship.
Now, during this time frame, we're living in West Bridgewater still, is that correct?
Correct.
Where were you, like what town were you working in that?
At that time, I was working in Brighton.
So fair to say relatively long commute in Brighton, West Bridgewater on a daily basis.
Correct.
And so during that sort of long commute, what if anything did you do with reference to the defendant or with anyone if you talk to on those long?
I would text her or call her and say I'm hey and driving, and or she would call me and we would just shoot the breeze and just talk.
Was that something, how often?
Quite often.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, you considered yourself friends or friendly, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that something that you communicated to her or she communicated to you in any way?
Yeah. And yeah, we would say how well we got along, and she would say if they ever broke up, she hoped that she and I would stay friends.
Now, so if you'd like to turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th. Actually, first, let me bring it back a little bit further. So, New Year's Eve, going from 2021 to 2020, all that time frame.
I do.
All where you were or who you were with around that time of year.
We were in Aruba for my mother's birthday.
And when you say we, with anyone, were you playing with?
My mother, father, sister, husband, and our two girls.
And over the course of that, were you also aware of where brother-in-law Donnie O'Keefe and children that Haley were at that time as well?
They were also in Aruba.
And so where they were situated in Aruba, where was that in relation to where you were situated?
We weren't close. You'd need a cab. It was not the other side of the island, but far enough away you'd need to catch a cab. They were more downtown.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of who they were with or how they had come to be there?
They were with a large group of people. I don't know how many, but there was a large group of people that was going down.
As far as you knew, was there any one person, excuse me, in particular that organized sort of that trip, or
Yes, Laura Sullivan.
and you know Laura Sullivan?
I do.
And how do you know?
I know Laura through Johnny. He's her son's godfather.
Let's say as far as you knew that Mr. O'Keefe, Johnny O'Keefe, and Laura Sullivan had known each other for some time.
Correct.
Now, at any point when you were in Aruba during around the time of New Year's, did you ever meet up with or connect with Ms. Reed and Johnny?
We did not.
Now, at some point in time when you were in Aruba during that same time frame, what if any conversation you had with Ms. Reed?
I don't believe any with Johnny. Karen texted me on the flight down. The flight attendants were Karen and Erin, and we were trying to arrange and see if there was a time we could get together.
Flight attendants on their flight down at the same day, South Street.
That, yeah, she texted me and said that.
And so you had been trying to arrange some time or some day to sort of meet up, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't recall. I had texted her on New Year's Eve to see where they were.
And what, if anything, she replied? Did she reply?
She did. It wasn't until later in the evening that she had caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the lobby of the hotel.
And what, if anything, further did she say to you in regard to that?
Just that they got into an argument about it.
And so did the two of you invite I mean, sort of families to ever connect or meet up at any point when you're in Aruba?
We did not.
Do you have any further conversation with Ms. Reed in reference to what she had indicated heard at their resort?
I responded and said, like, kissing, and I don't recall what her response was, but I had missed the next text. She said did I want to meet up? She had freshened up and did I want to meet up? But I had missed it and was either already going to bed or just missed it until the next day.
So she had indicated to you via text that they had got an argument and then further indicated or asked you if you wanted to, correct?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Jalali, I'm just going to give a brief instruction at this point. Excuse me. So, folks, you just heard testimony about statements that were allegedly made by the defendant. You're really not to use the statements for the truth, but you can consider them solely on the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind.
I like this,
and as
Judge.
they go to the nature of the relationship between the defendant and John O'Keefe. Thank you.
Now, between that time in Aruba and January 28th of 2022, had you had occasion to meet up with Johnny O'Keefe and or Lieutenant Karen Reed or the kids or anybody from that camp?
No, our older daughter tested positive and she and Paul had to stay back in Aruba. So we didn't have, and then by the time they got back, it was back to school and we didn't have a chance.
So your oldest daughter was quarantined along with your husband in Aruba, and they came back sometime after with your younger daughter.
Correct.
And with respect to that, that sort of weekend of January 28th, January 29th, what, if any, plans did you have initially to meet up with your brother-in-law, John?
Johnny had been communicating to Paul that wanted to get us together on the 29th. And I said, there's a big storm coming. I don't think that's going to happen.
And so you were aware somehow of a big storm coming in on that, and as far as the 29th was concerned?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall sort of about what you were aware of as far as that storm, like how severe, what kind of storm?
I don't recall specifics, but I knew that it was a big storm that was coming for Saturday with a lot of snow.
And so you didn't think that was a good idea to set up a time to meet up with that?
Correct.
Now, On that date, January 28th, what if any conversation you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
She had texted me while I was waiting for the school bus, asking if there was any chance I was out without Paul.
Was that a typical thing that she would text you as far as without Paul plus?
No,
And you indicated that you were waiting for school.
Mhm. Correct.
At that time in January of 2022, you had two daughters, correct?
Yes,
Were
correct.
they sort of in the same school as far as on the same bus?
No, they were not. They're separate schools.
Let's say one was in elementary, one was in middle school.
Correct.
So as far as around that time that you received the text, would that have been younger daughter or the older daughter that you were with?
The younger daughter. It was after 3 o'clock.
And who comes home, or at that time, came home first, the younger daughter?
Our older daughter.
And when you see that text from the defendant, what if anything, or how did you respond?
I said that I was waiting for the school bus and we had basketball on Friday nights.
Basketball on Friday nights, was that something that was one of your daughters or both?
Both.
And do you recall, well, let me ask you, with regard to your daughter's basketball at that time, what if any sort of relationship did your husband have for those basketball?
He was the coach for both of them.
And was that something that was sort of like a local league, is that correct?
Town league.
And did all of you, and by all I mean yourself, your husband, and girl, all those both games that night?
Correct.
All about what time those games were?
6 or 7.
Now, Ms. Reed reached out to you and texted you, and then you responded as described. What, if any, further conversation you have with Ms. Reed on that?
I asked her if everything was okay, if something was up. And she responded and said, just another day, I wish I didn't talk to an O'Keefe after 2004.
And how did you respond to that?
I said, what happened? What's going on? And they had bickered, I guess, about her taking Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning before school.
And just to be clear, when you say they, you mean Johnny O'Keefe and Karen?
Correct.
Recall sort of how that conversation evolved, or what, if anything, else was said during that time?
I just knew that they had gotten into some type of what, I don't know if it was an argument or there was something. They bickered about her taking them, and he said that she spoiled them.
Now, as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed in regards to weekends, what, if anything, did you talk about as far as sort of plan?
I said I was anticipating a storm, so was probably going to hang in the neighborhood with everybody.
He also says there was a storm. Seems like there was a storm.
Later on in that afternoon, what, if any, sort of further communication did you receive from Ms. Reed?
I think the last text was a picture, something that popped up in her memories of my children and Kaylee and Patrick from the Cape that summer, and said, this just popped up in my memories and made me smile.
Now, did you have occasion to talk with Ms. Reed any further on that day of the 28th?
No, that was it.
So you went to your kids' basketball games, back to your house, is that correct?
Correct.
And recall about what time you went to bed?
It was either close to midnight or after, because Paul and I were sitting up watching TV,
Recall what you were watching on TV?
Yellowstone.
Good show.
That sort of a binge watch that you were doing?
Yes.
Now, before you went to bed, did you have occasion to sort of, knowing that the snow is coming, did you have occasion to sort of look out and make any observations about what
what the weather was like before you went to bed?
I noted that while we were still up watching television, that it was snowing already.
Have a gauge to see whether or not it's sort of sticking to the pavement, grass, or anything like that.
I looked out on the deck and it was starting to accumulate on the deck, sticking to the deck.
Know about what time that was?
Probably around 10:30 or 11.
This is at your house in Westford.
Correct.
Now, you go to bed and at some point you wake up on the 29th. Recall, what is it that wakes you up?
I woke up to my husband on the phone with his mother saying he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay.
Sure.
And they
So
got off the
worried.
phone and I said, what happened? And what's going on? And he said they found Johnny in the snow this morning.
After that phone call, what is it that your husband called?
He's pacing around and he goes to the bathroom to brush his teeth because he said that he was going to drive to the hospital.
You know what hospital he was going to?
Good Samaritan.
Maybe he said he brushed his teeth.
Whether and sort of the road condition, what if any concerns you have about that plan?
I was concerned with him driving because the roads weren't good.
Now, as far as your in-laws, so the father-in-law is Donald, is that correct?
Senior.
And mother-in-law, Margaret,
Correct.
what if any information you have as far as were they going to the hospital and it's still how?
They were going to the hospital and Carrie Roberts was going to pick them up because they didn't have a car that could drive in the snow.
See how the snow is a factor.
I knew her from when Johnny moved to Canton.
And at some points, you called approximately, how long was it between the time that the phone call comes in and the time that the husband?
That's right.
10 minutes.
Relatively quick.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So then, when your husband is leaving, what if any, similar to earlier, the previous evening, what if any observations you make of sort of the weather or what was going on outside at the time?
It was snowing when he was leaving. Heavy.
Now, at some point, you're at home and your children are at home with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, who, if anyone, do you shout to sort of find out what's going on?
When Paul was brushing his teeth, I said to him, where's Karen? Where is she? Is she okay? And I called her and I could hear the phone pick up and she didn't say hello. I just said, Karen, what the hell is going on? And she just yelled back in the phone, John's dead.
So that's a huge statement because in the hospital she said, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? So that's a mismatch from what she said on the phone. The other thing is they're such good friends. Why didn't Karen call her? Because she knew what was going on, right? Why isn't she calling the next of kin? Right? Why doesn't she call the next of kin?
As far as sort of going through that day, what was the next?
When I spoke to Carrie in the car, I asked her to take my phone number. I knew she was going to the hospital and I was nervous that Paul was going to be there by himself. So I asked her to please keep me informed as to what was happening when she got there.
Without any reference to anything Roberts may or may not have said to you, further updates on Ms. Roberts throughout the course of that morning.
I think I called her every 5 minutes.
At some points, did you learn
what sort of status was in regard to that?
I think it was, I don't recall the exact time, but Carrie had texted me or called me to let me know when they were finally called in by the doctors from the emergency room.
What, if anything, did you learn once they called them like that?
All right, sustained.
There's an objection.
Points, later on in that day. Throughout the conversation,
I did. I
remember approximately what time that,
think it was around 1 o'clock.
and if you recall, was that a situation where you called her or she called you, or?
I called her because I didn't know what was going on. And I kept saying to my husband, has anyone checked on Karen? Is Karen okay? So I called her.
And when you called her, what, if any, conversation you have with her that?
She answered the phone and said that I was on speaker and she was in the car with her dad. And they were driving to Dayton.
And what, if any, questions you asked her about what happened? What, if any?
I asked her, I said, what the hell happened last night? And because I couldn't understand first how they were together, if they had been arguing earlier in the day. And she told me that they were out, that she dropped him at a party afterwards, didn't feel like going, so dropped him and went back to Canton.
What, if anything, did she say occurred after dropping down?
She said she went back to Canton and I think woke up around 4:30 and couldn't find him, and woke up Kaylee to see if Kaylee had heard from him at all.
What, if anything, did she say after that?
She said that she went to go out and look, but the roads were bad, so went back and called Kerry and Jen so that they could drive together.
By Terry, you understood that
Kerry Roberts,
by Jen, was anyone,
Jen McCabe.
that's someone that you knew or familiar with that?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say after that when she went out with Terry?
Is it possible to refresh my memory on that?
Without getting to that, just as far as beyond sort of what, if anything, else the defendant say to you as far as
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated, but it just struck me as something odd.
now, in addition to the having to remember the bad times, if anything else say to you that during that point?
She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And I said, of course you will. We're friends.
Now, following that conversation that day, did you ever speak with Lieutenant Karen Reed again?
No.
Karen, one more time?
Yes.
It's strange that he doesn't ask, what is your relationship with the defendant now? I would ask that. What is your relationship before this happened What's your relationship
Just one last
now?
question. So in regard to those last two statements that you had testified about, was that all part and parcel of the same conversation when the defendant indicated she was driving back with her father to Dayton?
Correct.
So there was no further conversation after that conversation shortly after 1 p.m.?
No.
I have nothing further for this witness.
All right, cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no questions.
Well, no
Oh, Mr.
questions.
O'Keefe, you're all set, thank you.
It's interesting that the defense just want
Mr. Larry,
to,
Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Officer Stephen Sarif to the stand.
that the defense have just left all of that. Quite interesting. Can anyone remember exactly what she said about bad times? I'd love to put it in chat, a verbatim quote. What did she say? You can see the defense are only going to focus on the conspiracy. That's all they're interested in. You could say that. What the prosecution are trying to do are use Karen's own words to condemn her.
You can sit or stand, whatever you want to do. Just ask that you speak into the microphone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Officer Sarif, Saraf, Canton Police Department,
And how long have you been a member of the Kansas?
about 27 years.
Were you working with the Kansas Police Department on January 28th?
Good point.
29th, 2020.
I was.
Recall what shift you were working on that day?
Working midnight to 8 shift.
Midnight to 8 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you dispatched a call at approximately 6:05,
Yes, I was.
and if you recall, what was the dispatch in regard to, and where specifically were you dispatched?
It was a call of a person that was unconscious outside, I believe it was 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Now, that particular area of Canton, are you familiar with that area of Canton?
Yes,
And as far as the town of Canton is concerned with respect to police department, is there sort of different sectors within the town that you would be assigned to control?
that's correct.
And the area of Fairview Road, would that be within your sector that you typically
Yes.
control?
That was West Sector.
And how many sectors within the town of Canton are there?
4.
Now, that particular area of Fairview Road, what type of area is that? Is it residential, commercial, or something?
Residential?
And roadway of Fairview Road, there's houses on that roadway, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any sort of, it's a paved roadway, is that correct?
It is, yes.
The lanes, are they divided by any sort of lines, middle of?
Yes.
And if anyone owns or maintains that particular road?
The town of Canton does?
Now, you received that dispatch, where were you, if you recall, when you received it?
I was, there's a church right next to the police station that was in that parking lot.
And with respect to the evening of the 28th into the morning of the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of forecast of the weather or anything sort of pending coming?
You know, it was snowing pretty good that night, the snowstorm that evening.
So there's a snowstorm that had been predicted, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
With the snowstorm actually occurring around that time, just after 6 a.m.
That's correct.
And at the time that you're responding, a little after 6 a.m., was light out, dark out, or something?
It was dark out?
And the time that, if you know, how much time elapsed sort of between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived in that area?
It's pretty close to a couple of minutes maybe, because I didn't obviously go as fast as you could go because the roads were pretty snowy.
During the course of you've been working, correct?
Correct.
And over the course of your work throughout that evening, have you, or what if anything have you noticed with regard to snow removal as far as town plows and things like that?
I don't understand. Were they plowing? Is that your question? They usually, they were plowing the roads.
So there have been some sort of treatment or plowing to the roads prior to your response as far as,
Yes, yes.
what were sort of the road conditions or visibility or anything like that that you recall during your response time?
It was snowing pretty low. The roads were definitely slippery. It took me a while to get to the destination.
And if you recall, sir, what was sort of the path of travel that you took from? You mentioned you were in the church parking lot next to the police station, correct?
That's correct.
And where is the police station located?
Police station's on Washington Street, 1492 Wash.
And so what was sort of the path of travel that you took from the church lot next to the police station to there?
So I went past the police station, onto Chapman Street, and then from Chapman Street I went to Fairview.
And when you were approaching Fairview Road, you take the right or left or something?
So right.
And as you were taking that right onto Fairview, what if anything happened with your vehicle?
Nothing that I've observed.
And that particular, coming from that Chapman side of Fairview, Fairview goes from Chapman and then it goes down to sort of, let's say, the bottom of the street. It connects with another street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the street that's
Cedar Crest?
Cedar Crest? And if you're coming from the Chapman side down to the Cedar Crest side, what, if anything, is there as far as an elevation? Like, is it uphill, downhill, or what?
It's down a hill. Decent sized hill.
Now, as you are driving down there, what, if anything, I mentioned it was dark, correct?
That's correct.
But what, if anything, beyond sort of the headlights on your cruiser, did you utilize for assistance as you were driving down there?
I have a spotlight on the driver's side, handheld spotlight, to try to locate the house in question.
And if I could ask you a little bit about the type of vehicle that you were driving. So was it, what kind of police cruiser were you driving?
Explorer?
So SUV, is that right?
Yes, SUV, yes.
And as far as those, or the particular cruiser that you were driving on that occasion, what, if anything, is it equipped with as far as cameras or anything like that within the vehicle?
It's equipped with a camera for front and back, and rear seat of the cruiser.
So as you're driving down Fairview, you reach out and start to utilize your spotlight sort of on, where is that located on the cruiser?
It's on my left-hand side.
Is that spotlight that's outside of the cruiser or inside the cruiser? Where is it located
On
on?
the outside of the cruiser, there's a handle that manipulates it so you can point the spotlight where you want to go.
So you have a sort of tool within the cruiser where you can manipulate where it points.
That's correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview, utilizing that spotlight, what, if anything, do you observe out front?
Well, as I got to my destination, I saw 3 people on the lawn of in the snow, waving at me.
And initially, when you see these 3 people in the snow, do you have any idea sort of who they are, or male, female, anything like that?
There were 3 women, and I later learned it was a male subject on the ground.
And so when you initially
So, and he saw the body when he sort of got there.
What, if anything, the body at that point?
I saw that there was somebody on the ground. Yes,
So you can see the 3 women, and you can see a person on the.
that's correct.
And at some point subsequent to this, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
I did.
And did you learn that?
John O'Keefe.
And prior to this, day prior to this dispatch, did you know John O'Keefe in any way?
No.
Now, the three females that you saw sort of around Mr. O'Keefe's body on the ground, at some point later, did you subsequently identify who those three people were?
I did.
And who did you identify?
One was Karen Reed. The other one was Miss McCabe and Miss Robertson.
All right, sir, I'm gonna ask you to keep your voice up, okay, or speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Now, you arrive on scene and you get out of your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you do?
I walked over to the scene. I first asked, is this person, a drug user? He's had an issue with drugs. Somebody said, no, he's a Boston police officer. I said, okay. I checked for a pulse. I couldn't find a pulse. Then I went back to my cruiser and tried to find the AED, which is an automated external defibrillator.
Back there for a second. You indicated that you checked for a pulse, right?
That's correct.
And where on Mr. O'Keefe did you check?
On his neck, he's carotid.
Sort of his carotid, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you made contact with sort of the skin area, carotid area on his neck, what, if anything, did you observe as far as Mr. O'Keefe went through?
I couldn't find any pulse or anything like that, and he was cold to the touch.
That's important.
Now, when you did this, Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned was sort of,
Cold to the touch is an obvious sign of being deceased.
and how was he sort of positioned?
He was lying on his back.
And as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe during this initial time when you checked his pulse, what, if anything, did you observe sort of on him or around him or anything like that?
I didn't really.
Let me ask it a different. So as far as you mentioned that when you arrived there, it was snowing, correct?
Correct.
And so how much snow was in and around or on top of Mr. O'Keefe?
Important.
It was about, I would say about 6 inches on the ground. There was a light dusting on top of them, I would say.
And what, if any, observations you can make of Mr. O'Keefe and sort of how he was dressed at this time initially?
I don't recall what he was wearing.
Now, with reference to the residents at 34 Fairview, if you're standing in front of the house on the street facing them, which side of the property was Mr. O'Keefe lying on his bed?
As you're facing the house, it's to the, I'm sorry, go again. Can you say that again, please?
So if you're standing on the street facing the house, was Mr. O'Keefe more to the center of the property, the right of the property, or the left?
He was on the left of the property.
Now, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, in this sort of area on the left side of the property, what, if any, sort of other landmarks or other things that you observe on that side of the property?
To the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant, a bush, and a flagpole, I believe. To the left, to the farther left, like more near the property line, I would say.
Now, with reference to, mentioned that there was snowing out and there was snow on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, as far as winds, temperature, or anything like that?
It was, I would say it was near blizzard conditions. It was snowing really, really hard.
And how cold? Obviously, January is snowing out. It was cold, but how cold was it, if you know, when you first left?
Less than 32 degrees. I don't know exactly. It was cold.
Well, it's at 12 to 29.
Smells, are they to your right or to your left?
I pulled up. Basically, I had my cruiser straight on.
And
Right.
so, which side of the cruiser were the three females, Mr. O'Keefe, when you pull up the side?
Was straight ahead.
Straight ahead.
And a little to the left.
And what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the roadway in that area where three females were and Mr. O'Keefe?
There was another vehicle in the roadway on the side of the road. I parked basically right behind that.
And you recall about that vehicle, like what type it was, what color, or anything like that? Now, with regard to the three females who identified as Ms. Reed, Mr. David, and Ms. Roberts, recall where they were in relation to Mr. O'Keefe, each of them, when you first sort of pull up and get out of your group.
So when I arrived, I saw, Miss Reed looked like she was giving CPR to him, and she had blood on her face.
Well,
Now, in addition to yourself, there are other sort of first responders that have dispatched this as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And of them, who, if anyone else, was on scene at the time that you arrived?
When I arrived, I was the first to arrive. Then there was Officer Mulaney that came a few minutes later. And then the fire department came after him, and I believe Sergeant Good came at like within that. I don't know how many minutes, but it was pretty close.
You're first to arrive on scene, and then Mulaney comes a couple minutes later.
Yes.
How long was it between when Mulaney arrived and when the fire department?
A couple minutes.
At some point after that, a Sergeant Good comes.
That's correct.
Sergeant Good is a sergeant with your department.
That is correct.
Now, the fire department, when they arrived, recall what type of apparatus they had that arrived on scene?
I believe it was an engine. They usually come with an engine and an ambulance.
Your recollection, it was police and ambulance.
Yes.
When you were in transit, sort of coming from the church parking lot next to the station, which is 34 there, what, if anything, did you have activated on you as far as light, sign, and
I believe I might have my blue lights on. I'm not sure.
as far as the time that you're coming, shortly after 6 a.m. in the blizzard, was there, what, if any, sort of other vehicular traffic that you observed en route from church parking lot to 34?
There wasn't any that I can recall.
So you go to get your AED device with your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
And around that time that you're retrieving that, what happened?
The FD, the fire department, came on scene, and they took over care of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, beyond sort of just checking pulse, as far as around that time when you were checking the pulse in the carotid area, what, if any, other observations did you make with regard to injuries or anything else on this road?
Well, when I first got there, he had blood on his face and it was just wiped away. So that's the only.
So there was blood on his face that was wiped away.
That's correct.
Now, when the fire department arrived on scene and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
And, the person you identified as Ms. Reed person, you see that person in the photo?
I do.
Can you just identify it where she's seated or not?
Seating at the table right there. Black.
That's record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, after the fire department arrived, they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. What, if any, observations you make of Ms. Reed and what she's doing or saying?
Ms. Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this."
wow,
And she was very hysterical.
that's big.
She kept asking, "He's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?"
And with that specific phraseology, that's something that she kept saying.
Yes.
And by your repetitive nature, I'm assuming you said something that you said more than that. Right?
Several times, correct?
What did you answer?
She's saying this. Describe sort of how she's saying this. I mean, is it a whisper, a scream, or is it something?
She was yelling pretty good.
with regard to her.
Why would it be all her fault?
That, what if any response you provide, to her in regard?
I just said they're doing the best that they can. I don't know.
Now, at some point, did you direct Ms. Reed, defendant to somewhere else away from this road?
Yeah, I tried to get her out of the elements. I put her in a car. I don't know if it was my cruiser or another cruiser there, but I had her sit in the back seat just to get out of the snow.
And did she stay in that cruiser for any,
She stayed in for a few minutes and then she was like up and down, up and down.
sort of in and out of whatever car you put her in?
That's correct.
When she would come out of the car, where would she go?
She was just walking around. From what I remember,
Now, with reference to Mr. He's laying on his back on the ground. That location, where was that in relation to roadway at Fair?
I would say about 20 feet off the road.
So if it's 20 feet off the road, is it fair to say that was on sort of the front lawn of 34th Ave?
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, the fire department takes Mr. O'Keefe's body off of the lawn, is that correct?
That is,
Where were you in relation to Mr. O'Keefe on that?
I don't remember.
And from, if you don't remember, do you recall anything about sort of what the ground looked like when Mr. O'Keefe was lifted up?
I don't recall. I didn't.
Now, that area around where Mr. O'Keefe was, when you initially come up, you see him on the ground and check for a pulse. If anything to note around Mr. O'Keefe's body as far as the condition of or disturbance of the snow around?
I noticed that there were footprints and track marks around the body itself, with none coming from the residence. Or the area, just right around the body itself.
And so the position that Mr. O'Keefe is lying on his back on the lawn, correct?
Correct.
Is his head closer to the house or the street, or?
I believe his head was close to the house.
And the footprints that you're talking about?
Yeah, the position of his body is important.
Street or above his head, or where was it in relation to?
Basically all around him because people were walking around him.
And as far as beyond sort of immediate area above his head?
So what's also quite interesting here, it's a kind of a parallel to the Ramsey case, is if you came there and he was just lying there in the snow, right? And you just see vehicle tracks, then that would tell you exactly what happened. But if the tracks all around him, right, then you can't really tell how he got there. And so the defense case is that he was carried from the house. But if you've contaminated the snow there, you now can't tell actually what happened. Quite an interesting point, isn't it? Let's continue.
I don't know.
And after Mr. O'Keefe was taken away by the fire department, as far as the females in the street, did Roberts know where they went or what they did following that?
Thanks, Heidi.
After talking to Sergeant Good,
I think so too.
left in their car. So I don't know where they went. The car that was there, they left.
Now, at this point in time that you were on scene before they left, did you have any conversation with the three of them?
I asked, what happened? And what were they doing?
And specifically,
I-
you talked to.
Well, I asked Ms. Reed, and she couldn't really tell me too much about what happened.
That's also
Mr. Keith
interesting.
said that they were drinking in a couple bars downtown.
Talking forward, as far as, so just sticking with it.
Yep.
You asked her what happened in the investigation. What,
No.
why not? What was her position on that?
She was very upset.
So.
Thanks, Tanny.
Describing earlier that sort of throughout the time that she's gone, while you were there.
I would say yes.
And at some point, did you speak to Ms. McCabe without reference to what she told you?
I'm sorry.
At some point while you're on scene, did you speak to either Ms. McCabe or Ms. Roberts without reference to what they told
No. I mean,
you? Let me rephrase. Yeah. At some point when you're on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Ms. McCabe?
yes,
And at some point when you were on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Ms. Roberts?
I didn't speak with Mr. Roberts. I don't believe.
Was there someone else from your department that was speaking with Ms. Roberts on scene?
I do not. I believe Sergeant Good or Officer Mulaney was.
One of the other two officers who were there.
Correct.
Now, following Sergeant Good's arrival, who, if anyone else, from your
So she's quite hysterical, she's quite vocal, but she's not talking to the officer. I find that quite interesting.
Detective Blank, Detective Sergeant Blank, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
if you know, when was their arrival in relation to court appointment?
It's light out, so say maybe 7 o'clock-ish.
So for the period that you were on, scene, you said about an hour, hour and a half, is that correct?
That's about right.
The weather conditions that you described sort of when you first arrived, what if any change occurred in the weather conditions from the time you arrived and the time that you left?
The conditions lightened up a little bit. I mean, it was still snowing.
Still snowing, still cold, correct?
That's right.
Winds, was that still persistent as well?
No, it's yes.
Now, at some points, after Ms. Reed, the defendant left the scene, she come back.
She did.
You know how long a period it was that she was gone between when she left?
Just a few minutes.
You know why she?
I don't know.
And when she returned to the scene, with anyone, did you speak with her further at that point?
No,
With anyone, did you observe her speak?
I don't recall.
Now, the initial ambulance that showed up took and transported Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, after that ambulance left and Ms. Reed came back to the scene, what if any other apparatus from the fire department arrived on scene? That
Another ambulance came.
and who, if anyone, went in that ambulance for transport?
They took Miss Reed to the hospital.
You know what hospital that she went to?
I don't recall.
Yes.
Okay, we might get a cross-examination here. Looks like he's just wrapping up. This trial's moving quite quickly so far. It's not first-degree murder, Mondo. It's second degree at the most. Could even be involuntary manslaughter. Vehicular manslaughter. She's not charged with first-degree murder.
I request the.
Okay, can we do, please?
Looks like we're going to look at some slides, possibly.
If I could have the number.
Are these? I think these are the first audio visuals we're going to see.
Sheriff, did you recognize what's picked up on the screen as number 8?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
It's, the house, 34 Fairview.
Do you see any snow in that image?
Okay, is that correct?
That is correct.
If you look at that image, would you say it likely didn't snow?
Curbs.
Look at the tops of the vehicles at the roof of the house,
Yes.
the flower beds. There was no snow. That's what the defense say.
This photograph in exhibit number 8, sir, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was first arrived, is that visible in this photograph? Or
I would say it would be over more to the left.
further off to the left, is that correct?
That's correct.
Over here. Let's get a better perspective.
Gentlemen, if I could have exhibit number 13.
Does it look like there's a bit of snow there that night?
Mr. Sheriff, do you recognize what's contained in this exhibit number 13?
It was the middle of winter.
It's a street.
That's, fair enough. There goes the wind snow.
Sorry.
You can imagine if you knock someone over in these conditions, you should know that they're going to need your help. You can't just leave them there.
Yes, this is.
Is that the Saranac trailer, what Fairview Road looked like around the time that you were dispatched?
I mean, the whole road is gone. It's just snow.
Lighting conditions, dark when you arrived, correct?
That is correct.
This is sometime after when the sun.
Correct.
If I could ask you to flip to the next exhibit number 14, if I could have that.
That looks like that's him at the top there.
Before you guys exhibit 14.
Yes.
And testifying earlier about sort of footprints in and around where Mr. O'Keefe was, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what's depicted on the screen in exhibit number 14 is that Saranac Trail, the footprints that you were talking.
Yes.
They don't look very deep, do
Yes.
they?
Well, in this photograph, first and foremost, you recognize what's picked up in exhibit 8.
Paddy, thanks for joining us. Good to have you here. I think you're right about him being credible.
Yes.
Good using that major pointer that I placed up there for you. Good registers and first those landmarks. While you're
Sorry.
you can describe what you're.
So there's the flagpole right there. There's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
So where in relation to this photograph was Mr. Body?
Over there?
It's right in this area right here.
Where?
If I could turn back this moment, you indicated that you were coming up to the scene to see the 3 females sort of waving in the circle on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
About how far away were you from them when you first observed them or first saw them?
About 20 feet or so.
And when you are driving down Fairview, if you could describe the jury, where is your direction? Sort of, where are you directed? As far as if you're driving a vehicle, are you looking straight in front of you, or are you looking out the window, a combination of both, or?
I was looking for the house.
Oh, she was yawning.
Numbers. What it was, and
Caught her out in a yawn.
the motor vehicle parked on the side of the road.
That sort of leads to my next question. So what did you see? Vehicle parked in front of you, or did you see people off to the side?
I saw the vehicle.
And approach it.
Yes.
Officer Sheriff, you had testified earlier in regard to a camera within your cruiser, correct?
That's correct.
And subsequent to that day, have you seen the video of your arrival to the scene?
The
from
judge,
camera
your
perspective? I saw it once. Okay. And Your Honor, I would seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit, the cruiser camera stream one from cruiser 683.
Why is there an objection?
this should be interesting.
I'm sorry. Sorry, get back to what, like that. Gentlemen, if you could, please.
Okay, well, Loris, I'm gonna disagree with that, but you can get lots of independent witnesses that'll say what you want them to say.
Sarah, what's up on the screen, that recall as far as the sort of visibility and roadway conditions, like first left, first parking lot?
Yes,
This is you sort of leading from the first parking lot as you're going 34th, correct?
yes,
Now, there are a number of different sort of things up on the screen. There's indication as far as speed of the vehicle, correct?
yes.
Where is that located? If you look with the way you pointed at.
9 miles per hour, 6 minutes past 6 in the morning.
That particular video, there's indication for light, brakes, lights, sun, correct?
Correct.
If those are activated, is there any sort of change, sort of the fiction narrative, color or anything like that you're aware of?
I don't know.
And the 683 on the bottom right corner, is that we're in that thing?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as sort of the top middle of this video, the date and a time, is that correct?
That's correct.
As far as you're aware, that date and time is up there, that's accurate to when this occurred, correct?
Yes,
So it's looking in real time, correct?
correct.
So this gentleman, if you could, let it run.
Now, this is actual body cam, I think, or is it vehicle cam, dash cam? And see, it's actually precipitation on the windscreen while he's driving. That's why the wipers are on.
This road you're traversing at this point is long, is that correct?
That is correct.
At some point, you're gonna travel through and then take a right on Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
With this security safe as to approach Fairview and after taking that right turn.
Now it's going 25 miles per hour. It's sped up slightly. You can see from the clock that it's actually not real time. Approaching 6:07. Audio is coming through now as well. Would you also say there wasn't much snow? Like if you had to give an assessment, would you say, no, there wasn't really much snow that night?
Well, this right here is Chapman Street.
It is now going 32 miles per hour. Approaching 6:08. So can you see it's actively snowing? It's not like it did snow, it's still snowing.
This right here is, Fairview.
Turning into Fairview now. Let's see what sort of view you can have of the victim from the road.
Observe, the point at which you believe you sort of illuminated the spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you just, stop, drop, or carry the
So let me ask you, do you think you could sit in your vehicle and see someone lying dead in the snow? Do you think you could, in from your vehicle, be able to say, I can tell whether someone lying in the snow is dead or alive? Because that's what Karen Reed said. She said she could immediately tell. She said that in an interview. Yeah, I wouldn't feel like I could deal with snow that much. I would be too scared to go out in that kind of snow. Now look at the tracks in the snow right there.
Put the spotlight on.
Did you see the vehicle tracks in the snow right there? Look at the snow on the left side there. Over there, the spotlight is picking it up now. Look over there. You can see it is a blizzard, eh?
That is correct.
that laser pointed right.
No, just FYI, this is the scene. I don't know if you can make it out. There's a vehicle parked there, vehicle parked there. This is the house. There's the flagpole. Can you see what's going on here? Can you see someone in the snow there?
So here's the vehicle right there, and the females are right there.
Earth, we are going to miss you. I don't know if you noticed, those people were right next to the side of the road. That's such an important point, is that where John's body is right next to the road. So is it more likely that he was hit by a vehicle if he's right by the road, or if he was dragged out there if he's right by the road? And is that Karen's vehicle in front of the cruiser? See you later, Earth. I've got someone walking my dog for me. Did you see that? That looked like Karen almost like running away. She's running around. Does look like a freaking cold night. There she runs, she's constantly disconnecting from everyone else. Look at that. Everyone else is sort of standing around. She's running around. Well, that's exactly the question. She's still running around, look.
Sure.
I have no further questions to this witness.
All right, will there be a cross-exam? Because this might be a good time to stop if there is.
There will be a cross-examination.
Okay, so, jurors, we're going to stop for the day. I have to caution you, those same precautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know. And just to remind you, tomorrow will be a conference from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock.
Okay, 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Close your notebooks and leave on your chairs. First roll call.
Okay, well, I must say we ended on quite a shocking note there, seeing the actual footage of Karen at the scene running around. Does that seem like normal behavior? And you might say she was in shock. You can kind of explain anything through shock, but you can only take the shock explanation so far. And how can I make my point? Let's compare being in shock to being drunk, right? There have been some people in chat saying, well, she was intoxicated from 1 a.m. till, let's say, 6 a.m, right? Well, not really. You would need to be drinking at 3 and 4 in order to sustain that level of intoxication. Shock is kind of the same thing. If you crossing a road and a car almost hits you, you're not like in a state of shock that lasts, let's say, a day and then a week and then a year later. It's something that comes very quickly and then it sort of goes away. Of course, it depends on the level of trauma. You know, if you lost a limb or something, then that would be something else, right? If you lost a loved one, that would be something else. If you witnessed them dying in front of you, that would be something else. Now, in this case, Karen seems to be in shock or whatever you want to call it, but then she's still in shock at the hospital. And you might say, yes, you know, what's just happened to her is really traumatizing, but she doesn't seem very shocked or traumatized in court. So if it's true that she was very sensitive and everything that was happening was so traumatic, you've just seen her in court where she actually looks, she's not shaking, she's not crying, she doesn't have her hand in front of her mouth. She seems okay. And if she was shocked then, legitimately shocked, you'd imagine she'd be very triggered at the moment. The other thing that I thought was a very interesting thing that I didn't know was how far from the road is the victim lying. And from what I could see, he's right there, like he's literally right beside the road. And that makes, to me, that makes total sense. That if you dropped someone off and they got out the vehicle, right, and they almost just walking onto the sidewalk, that's when you could hit them with a vehicle, either intentionally or unintentionally, right? Whereas if they were halfway up the house, halfway up to the house, you'd probably struggle to get your vehicle through all that much snow, right? And probably wouldn't even occur to you, even if you wanted to, wouldn't occur to you to try and get your vehicle there. And so to me, just the fact that he's lying right by the road, to me, supports the theory of being struck by the vehicle. There are a couple of people in chat. Let's just see whether a couple of you leave after me just saying that. Let's see if it goes from 72 to 65. Sorry, I'm just being a bit snarky there. What else stands out? Just the fact that they had to have, like, if she's running around there, basically, she's just realized he's dead, right? Then why at the hospital is she asking, is he alive? I mean, I don't want to be cruel because, you know, I lost my mother, and there is a kind of lingering denial where you sort of feel like, I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. But that doesn't bring them back in the sense where you think, oh, I think they are still alive. You know, that's a kind of intuitive thing that I think you either have or you don't have. Heidi says trees don't have snow on them. Okay, so Heidi seems to think that it's true that there's no snow. I have to say it seems snowier than I even thought it was. So the fact that the roads look like a field of snow is pretty. That's a lot of snow, but I guess snow is relative. I'm from a place that doesn't snow at all. Whereas maybe Chelsea from Canada would say that's not a lot of snow. Let's have a look at some of your comments. Eric says there was a snowplow driver around the same time with a big plow, was constantly having to make sure he didn't hit the curbs. So do you think that she was hit by a snowplow? Because interestingly enough, that was one of her theories, was he hit by a snowplow? If that is the case, then she had a duty to get out to make sure he was okay, right? In the same way that she's trying to perform CPR, she has a duty to make sure that he's okay. The other thing that I think is quite interesting is, did Karen run around in circles before the officer arrived there? So when Karen was with her friends, how did she behave? When the officer arrived there, did she suddenly start running around in circles? Thanks a lot, Christine Webb. Really appreciate that. Mondo says, I thought she sat in the car outside the house for 20 minutes. Okay. Chelsea says it's not a lot of snow. How do I deal with this? So tell me I'm wrong. So bear in mind, Chelsea's from Canada, but tell me I'm wrong. If you say there wasn't a lot of snow, I tend to think of it like there's like barely a dusting of snow. Like it's almost like the Ramsey home. It's like there was almost no snow at all, right? In other words, the snow, if there was any snow, it's almost like it's transparent, right? That's how, if somebody says there's not a lot of snow, that's how I think about it. And so if someone has to say, in this case, there wasn't a lot of snow, I would say, that's not true. There's a heck of a lot of snow, which is why the guy died of exposure, right? I would equally say if there wasn't a lot of snow, then it's unlikely that he died of exposure, but there was a lot of snow. If you fell in that snow, you'd be surrounded by snow. It may not necessarily cover your stomach, but your back and the back of your legs and your sides would all be surrounded by snow, and the snow falling would sort of cover you as well in snow. I think that's kind of a significant amount of snow. Yeah, Kate says England here, and man, that's a lot of snow. Now, where I disagree with Chelsea is, I would say if your vehicle has got to slow down because the entire road is covered in snow, in other words, if it's going to affect driving conditions. I mean, another way of talking about it is you could say, is it raining a lot? And if you say, no, that's not, I'm from England, that's not a lot of rain. But if you've got to drive slower because of the entire surface of the road is underwater, then I would say that is not a lot of rain, that's a lot of rain. I do think, if you're from Canada and you're used to shitloads of snow, or you live on Mount Everest, saying that's not a lot of snow just is not helpful. It's in terms of the average scenario. Are there normally blizzards in that part of the world? Was it actually snowing? And the answer is yes. So I don't know. I just think it's not accurate or helpful to say there wasn't a lot of snow. And you could say, no, for me, there wasn't a lot of snow, but it's not for you. It's for this case, right? I agree with that. Chelsea, I hope you don't think I'm attacking you. I'm just trying to. Okay. Snow was significantly blizzardly. Did any of you see where John's body was lying, or where the three women were standing? Did you see? Because you kind of caught a glimpse of that. Did any of you see that? I want to see if I can actually show it to you guys again. See if I can bring it up. Okay, so I'm going to put this on. I'm going to have to do this. Just a second. See if I can pause it at the right moment. So you must look in this area, basically this area, that's where the figures are. Can you see over here? That's where the figures are. Can you see that's where the figures are? And look how close that is relative to this vehicle. Is that closer than you expected from the vehicle? If you look behind, that's where the vehicles are parked on the driveway. They're right on the edge of the road, and then the house is in the background. So didn't that surprise you? It certainly surprised me. And the time is about 6:10 in the morning. Okay, I think we're going to just go through a couple of final comments. But this trial is not taking place in Canada. Trial's not taking place in Canada. Try to send news report to him on Instagram. Are you referring to me, Helena? Okay, thanks, Chelsea. I appreciate that you don't think I'm attacking you. I'm just trying to deal with the issue. That's exactly how I would see it and how I would think about it. Eric says that's crazy close. So just in terms of the location of the body to the road, let me ask you a very simple question. Is the body closer to the road or to the front door? Let me ask you in another way. Is the body closer to the road, the front door, or the middle of the garden? What would you guys say? I wonder if I should put up a poll. Okay, so the poll is O'Keefe's body closer to the road, the front door, or the middle of the garden? A very, very, very simple question. So let me ask you a question. If you've committed murder, would you want to take the body out your house and put it right by the road in front of your house, in the front garden? If you imagine in the case of Rex Huerman, let's say you're a serial killer, would you want to commit a murder and then put the body right in front of your house, and then commit another murder and put the body right in front of your house, and then would you want to do that? And of course, you're framing someone else when you do that. Okay, let's see what you guys say. I posted a poll. Is O'Keefe's body closer to the road, the front door, or the middle of the garden? Right? And you know what I think is quite interesting with this case is it's still going to be whatever they believe. So you can you can show facts, evidence, statements. People are still going to say, I believe it's a conspiracy, right? So, you know, if you say, what if the body was actually lying in the road? Would it still be a conspiracy? For some people, I think it would be. So let's have a look at the poll. So far, 4%. So some people have said closer to the front door, even though we know it's not. 4% have said closer to the middle of the garden, even though we know it's not. 4% have said does it matter, even though we know obviously it does matter. You know, where the body is found does matter. If the body was found in the house, does that mean it was struck by a car? Obviously not. If the body was found lying on a dog, would that mean, would that matter? Obviously it would matter. That's the other thing is, if a dog did attack or was allowed to attack John O'Keefe, you can bet your bottom dollar with all of those wounds, right? With all of those bite marks, that there would be dog DNA somewhere. Is there any dog DNA? And that's where I think it's quite interesting. If you ask that question, is there any dog DNA by any of those wounds? And if the answer is no, someone will say, so what? And then they'll jump onto the next thing. No, 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 not so what. If a dog did this, there would be dog DNA. That's why I say I think it's quite a simple case. Please vote in the poll. I see there's 74 people in chat, only 24 votes. Please do vote in the poll. Let's try and get it to 75 votes. Yeah, the defense says no dog DNA. Meanwhile, they found O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, and they also found a hair, I think, on the taillight, and they also found fabric of his shirt on the taillight. Now you're telling me that the police even planted the fabric of his shirt on the taillight? It is amazing. I know Alf is definitely someone here who is very anchored in the Karen didn't do it thing. Monda says O'Keefe was drunk too, so there's some culpability if the accident caused by drunk read. Yeah, I think that's also quite a good point. Although if he got out the vehicle and he's on the sidewalk, then I'm not sure whether it works, because he's a pedestrian at that point. Thanks so much for that fact. So Jamie says the body is 12 foot from the road, in front of the flagpole, right? Not behind the flagpole, 65 feet away from the front door. So, just in terms of that, is the body closer to the road or the front door? It's much, much closer to the road. The 12 foot, you can also think about it in terms of if he was close to the road and he was struck, could he have kind of flown maybe 6 foot through the air? Was even closer to the road when he was struck and then he fell down? Because, if you think about being struck very hard and then you struck so hard that you hit your head very hard on the ground, that actually makes sense. You hit the back of your head on the ground. I was going to see how far 12 feet is in meters. I guess it's 2 meters. 12 feet in meters. Well, it's actually 3 meters. That's fairly far from the road. Okay. Let's have a look at some more of your comments. I don't think we're going to get. I don't think we're going to get like a proper map of footprints, because I think that the crime scene was sort of contaminated. I suppose they could ask the officer on the scene, "Did you see a trail of prints coming from the front door?" But the problem with that is it works both ways. You could also say the body was lying there for a while, and snow falling took away those footprints, right? 3.6 meters, that's right. Did he land face down? No, he landed on his back. Lisa says, if it is snowy and cloudy, keep in mind the sky is that much darker and could be extremely hard to see. Joe, I can't believe you clicked the wrong answer. Joe, you've ruined it for everybody. Let's see where we are now. 79% say closer to the road. 9% say closer to the middle of the garden. The poll is pretty unambiguous. I must just say I'm really sorry that while I was out for lunch, I you guys didn't have audio. This is the first time I'm using this configuration. I actually do have earbuds. And I'm still trying to work out how to get everything working in a certain way. It's certainly not the way I'd want to do it. I would prefer to have a type of green screen background like I have in my office in South Africa. I prefer to do that, but I've kind of got to work with what I've got. I'm staying in someone's home in South Carolina, so I can't really, beggars can't be choosers in a sense. You know what I mean? So I will be back here at 9 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow, and I think court goes 9 to 4 each day, breaking at 1 p.m. for lunch. So that seems to be the way it's going to go. I do hope we're going to get our numbers up to maybe 100 or 200. Please tell your friends about this channel, and if you found the analysis worthwhile here, please share onto your Facebook or whatever. You can also get the link and WhatsApp it. There's several ways to do it. Let's see if we can get the number up to at least 100. Like I say, if you guys are watching, I'll keep up the coverage. If you're not, then I won't. I can just get back on the road, and there's things I want to do in America. So if you guys think it's worth it, then I'll cover it. Obviously, if you guys don't, then I won't. So it's as simple as that. So I hope to see all of you guys here tomorrow, and hopefully there won't be any glitches. I hope to do a better job than I did today. I'll simply not mute it, so you'll hear the door closing and you might hear some footsteps in the background. Kate says it's worth it. So I actually do plan on circling back to Boston. Remember, I've got to fly back to South Africa from New York. And so once I make my way back, I probably will go to Boston and drive in the area myself and give you guys some sense of what it looks and feels like there from my perspective. And I'll I'll go to the court, but and try and get in to the trial, but I predict that I won't be able to get in. I'll make an attempt, but we'll see what happens. Thanks a lot, Pauline. You appreciate that. Joe says we will be here. You did a great job as always. Thanks, Joe. Chelsea says definitely worth it. Karina says I'm fascinated. Patty says would rather be listening to it, but do what's best for your trip. Patty, it's really good to see you as well. What else did I want to say? So all of us were right that the defense did cross-examine the police officer. And so probably what's going to happen is they're going to try and undermine him. They're going to try and find out, did you know the guy who lived in the house? Right? You didn't know John O'Keefe. Did you know he lived in the house? Things like that. So expect that kind of thing. I find it really interesting that the defense strategy is just ignore what the other witnesses say and just focus on the police conspiracy thing. And what do you think the chances are? Do you think there's a single juror who may feel, I don't know whether we can trust the police, and that they might sow a seed and it might resonate with them? Robbie, there's no need for a green screen. So anyone want to see what's outside here? Shall I take you guys for a little walk? And then I'm going to sign off. So this is the view outside. And this is my home for now. Yeah, so that's it. This is the setup from where I've been sitting. So this is my office. Some shoes, some magazines I need to study. This is what's for dinner. Some blonde ale infused with oranges. So anyway, okay, guys. I think I'm going to head to the beach for a little bit of a walk, and then I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And yeah, as I say, please share and tell your friends about it, and let's try and get to at least 100 people watching. Okay, take care. Thanks a lot for watching. All of you guys who gave super thanks, really appreciate it. Also, the mods who were here, Chelsea, thank you very much. Terry Dean was also here for a while. Timmy's back in South Africa. He is being looked after. Am I forgetting a mod? Which mod am I not remembering? Stephanie was also on for a while. Stephanie, I hope you're going to join us tomorrow morning. It's always great to have you. But everyone else, thanks very much. Thanks very much. I don't know if you agree. I thought day one really moved quite quickly. The witnesses were interesting, and this looks set to be quite an interesting trial. Okay, ta-ta from me. I'll see you guys next time.